Yeah.
All right, and some people are not even able to save. But Diamond Project wants to tutor you, coach you on how you can even save those things that you have. Because you are making money and you are squandering the money. You are not even properly investing the money, putting it in the right places to make more money for yourself. So it's not about doing business or starting business. It's about proper guidance. So Diamond Projects will guide you properly, coach you properly on how to save your money and how to invest properly, wisely, to make more. And to help more people. So that is what it's about.
All right, so my final question, before you remind us of the venue and the time for this event, which is happening tomorrow, what should we be expecting tomorrow when we show up?
All right. When people show up tomorrow, those persons are going to become the pioneers in PH. All right? Because, there's this thing about pioneer benefits. They are going to be at the first and others are just coming with you. So starting here in PH, Diamond Project, you are going to be benefiting our nanotechnology health bundle. It's going to be given to you. You're going to be having your registration, so that not just becoming a partner with Diamond Project, but having the maximum benefit of partners, which go on because, I am your partner now. Whatever I want to transact, I'll first call my partner. All right. So you now discover that with Diamond Project, you can partner with people even outside the shores of this country. It's the fastest vehicle. It's the biggest vehicle. It's the most credible vehicle to financial freedom. Right.
Beautiful, really amazing. Okay, then. So venue, time, and the contact number again.
CJ and J Event Center, opposite National Open University by Obirikwere Junction, along NTA Road, Port Harcourt. Date is on Saturday, 27 July 2024. Time is 11 a.m. prompt.
Then the number that you must send your yes to is
0803 201 6820. 0803 201 6820.
Thank you so much, Ma, for making it to the studio today and giving us this very important information.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
All right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
Boniface, my guy. Long time no see. Why your face is strong kakaraka like this now?
Paulinus, I beg this 2024. I won't make money. I must buy car and house this year like you.
Boniface, last year. Remember saying I invite you for forex trading with my broker, Squared Financial. But that's also an excuse for your mouth. See this here? Take action. Follow Wusabi Road.
Paulinus, how Squared Financial go help me?
Them go teach you how to trade manually or automatic on top their platform. Now you go choose.
Now automatic trading I go follow.
You like easy life, Sha?
Who no like better thing?
Oh yeah, call Squared Financial now on 0906 357 3572. No make mistake. 0906 357 3572 or visit their website www.sqfin.com.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What in the happen? They say wahala need now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just waiting the happen. Now for today 95.1 FM 5 p.m. Monday to Friday bomb quem. Now here you go here waiting the happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you ogbonge story them where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring am come give you acid the hot. Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. It goes their blood in the japa. You say this one. No worry. When time reach, I'll say I want to make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be get man at that time before airport. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, thank you for staying with us. Time for us to take you through what the papers have for us. Okay, you have all the channels and all the information. So let's begin with Daily Post this morning. 3 minutes now past the hour of 8. Of course, we'll pay some more bills as they come. But for now, let's just continue. Daily Post is our first stop this morning, and it opens with this one. People in NNPCL don't want subsidy scam to end. Emir Sanusi speaking. People in NNPCL don't want subsidy scam to end. Emir Sanusi speaking. The 16th Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has said that Alhaji Aliko Dangote should not be blamed for buying dollars at lower rates at a time he was building his refinery, because that was the actual rate the Apex Bank was selling to everybody at that time. Sanusi, who commented on the issue through SOP chat group, initially said, "I honestly do not think it's a good idea for me to make comments on these issues, but some comments surprised me and I just have to say something." The Emir then went on to remark, Aliko Dangote did not fix the price at which the CBN sold dollars. Everyone who got dollars from the CBN got dollars at the same rate if they bought on the same day. So we cannot blame him for buying dollars at the rate the CBN itself decided to sell to its customers. So the question for me is this. Let us forget the man Dangote. If the central bank were to prioritize a single enterprise for forex allocation, how many enterprises can we think of that are worthier than a refinery like this one? Consider the drain on our forex from importing petroleum products, the tens of billions of dollars of forex spent abroad, the huge losses due to theft in the name of subsidy. By the way, how much forex did Dangote buy from the CBN at this subsidized rate? How much forex did NNPCL take from the Federation account in the same year in the name of running and turning around its dead refineries? What are we benchmarking against? If any Nigerian came to me as a central bank governor with a project like this refinery, I would recognize immediately its potential impact on the economy and give it all the support needed. Let our views on forex policies not becloud our sense of priorities. Once the CBN decided to sell dollars at the below market rate, it will be forced to ration the limited dollars available. Next story. Nigerian government snubs Dangote refinery to export crude oil to Indonesia. Dangote Group still speaking. The group chief commercial officer, Dangote Industries Limited, Rabiu Umar, has said the Nigerian government neglected Dangote refinery to export crude oil to Indonesia and import finished products from the same country. Umar disclosed this in an interview on Channels Television. He stated this coming despite 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery's inability to get adequate crude oil supply in Nigeria. Whilst we are going to import cargoes abroad, some of the cargo from Nigeria is sold to Indonesia. So the question is, does it make sense to take cargo from Nigeria to sell to Indonesia and then you are also importing the same finished product to Nigeria? It does not make sense to me. He added, we expect to see an improved supply of crude oil to domestic refineries. He, however, reiterated that Dangote refinery will commence domestic supply of fuel in August 2024. So we're waiting for that date. In fact, it's giving us a timeline of between August 10 and August 12. We should expect Dangote to roll out petrol. Edo State governorship race, Shuaibu loses as Court of Appeal reaffirms Godalo as PDP candidate. The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja, presided over by Justice A.M. Lamido, has reaffirmed the nomination of Asue Godalo as the governorship candidate for the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Edo State. In a unanimous judgment delivered by Justice Lamido in the suit _, the appellant court on Monday threw out an appeal brought by former Deputy Governor Philip Shuaibu. The appellant court held that the trial court was right and unassailable in its ruling, determining that Shuaibu did not meet the condition precedent before instituting the action, rendering the suit premature. The appellant court also affirmed the trial court's decision that Shuaibu failed to prove his allegations of vote allocation against the respondent, noting that conduct of the election and its results are presumed regular until proven otherwise. Shuaibu's affidavit provided no evidence to show votes were allocated to the fourth respondent, the appellant court ruled. Consequently, the court dismissed Shuaibu's case and awarded a cost of 1 million naira against him in favor of the respective respondents. Anti-government protests, IGP disowns alleged leaked WhatsApp message. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Gbetokun, has dissociated himself from a WhatsApp message currently circulating on social media, WhatsApp platforms in particular, regarding the planned nationwide protest. Daily Post earlier cited a screenshot of the alleged WhatsApp message from the IGP discouraging protests in Lagos. A written part: if you are going to join any protest next week, it's good, but ask yourself these questions. Why is Lagos always their target? How about starting from your state? However, the IGP, in a statement issued on Sunday night by the Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, says the purported message making the rounds on WhatsApp and other social media platforms did not originate from the police. According to the statement, the message, which poses several questions and opinions about protests, does not essentially represent the ideals or views of the Nigeria Police Force. We urge everyone to disregard this message and other similar contents purportedly from the NPF, as the force makes all communications via its official channels. Adejobi went on to assure that the Nigeria Police Force is committed to maintaining peace and order throughout the country. We do not endorse any message that could incite division, violence, or destruction. Era of buying fuel at 750 naira per litre over. Nigerian government speaking. Don't worry, this is not related to petrol. This is something else. I thought it was petrol. The Nigerian government says the era of buying premium motor spirit, that's petrol, between 750 to 1,000 naira per litre is over, as it will commission 30,000 compressed natural gas powered vehicles in the next 90 days. The project director and chief executive officer of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, Michael Oluwagbemi, disclosed this during the Park-to-Park CNG mobilization program held at the Ojota Park in Lagos on Saturday. He says the initiative is expected to go up 36 billion naira for 30,000 CNG conversion kits for distribution free of charge nationwide within the period. The kits and the conversion cost are valued at the rate of 1.2 million naira per vehicle, making a total of 36 billion naira within the next 3 months. He stressed that the move aims to ensure the adoption of CNG as an alternative means for fuel for transportation. That's the story. So let's move on from there. So you see, maybe nothing to worry your head about. You just thought, oh, the pictures for the day for me, they're live on TV. The slides are quite interesting. Powerful shots, I must tell you. These are shots that can get the photographer good money. See these men. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Anyone seen it to understand what I'm saying? Anyway, let's move on. FG moves to reunite Dangote with regulators. Exactly the picture I was talking about. This is the story. The federal government has weighed into the rift between Africa's wealthiest man, Aliko Dangote, and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. On Monday, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Senator Anikin Lukobri, conveyed a high-level meeting with key stakeholders to address and resolve the issues around the Dangote refinery. A statement by the minister's special advisor, Media and Communications, Nnameka Okafor, says the meeting involved Mr. Aliko Dangote, Chairman and CEO, Dangote Group, Mr. Farouk Ahmed, Authority Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPR, Mr. Gbenga Komolafe, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRING, and Mr. Mele Kyari, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL. Stakeholders expressed their gratitude to the Minister for his exemplary leadership and timely intervention in facilitating this crucial dialogue. The meeting focused on finding a sustainable and lasting solution to the current impasse affecting the Dangote refinery, with all parties demonstrating a commitment to collaborative and proactive problem solving. Well, he went on to note that the meeting marked a significant step toward resolving the challenges and underscores the minister's dedication to fostering a conducive environment for Nigeria's oil and gas sector. It doesn't mean there's peace now. Maybe we'll have to wait and find out. So, reading stories now from Daily Trust at this time. So let's read the next one. Looming protests. Nigerians are angry. NLC tells Tinubu. Well, I asked a question for this on opinion poll. So we'd like to get your reactions, please. The leadership of the organized labor on Monday cancelled President Bola Tinubu to quench the looming nationwide protest by dialoguing with the conveners of the planned action. The Daily Trust reports that hundreds of Nigerians have been mobilizing for a nationwide protest built to hold across 36 states of the Federation. Reacting to the development, President of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Joe Ajaero, charged the President to identify the leaders of the protest and dialogue with them. Ajaero specifically called on Tinubu to listen to the cry of the people, adding that millions of Nigerians are not happy over the hardship in the country. The Labour leader notes with dismay the current economic reality in the country, noting that many families cannot afford one square meal in a day. Let me read parts of what he said. Quotes now. As the date for the widely reported national protest looms, the Nigeria Labour Congress urges President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to invite the leadership of the protest movement for discussions on their grievances. The truth is that millions of Nigerians are angry about the state of the national economy. The situation where most Nigerian families are forced to eat one miserable meal a day and eating from the dustbin is now seen as luxury, beckons for serious intervention by the government. Corroborating a recent Country Living Standards Index assessment by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, which established that about 133 million Nigerians live below extreme poverty lines, the International Rescue Committee posits that in the first 3 quarters of 2024, about 32 million Nigerians have been exposed to acute hunger. Okay. So I asked a question there. They say a lot of Nigerians are angry. And I said, do they really know that Nigerians are angry, or it's just talk? So tell us what you think and just react to that story. It's for opinion poll. Nigeria can't continue to import solar panels. Minister. Nigeria can't continue to import solar panels. Minister. He proffers a solution, but then those that are actively involved in this business, I kind of wonder what you'll be feeling about this. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, is stating that Nigeria can't continue to rely on foreign countries to get equipment necessary for the acceleration of renewable energy in the country. The minister, who spoke during the Accelerated Renewable Energy and Distributed Energy Summit organized by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, yesterday in Abuja, had stated that the continued importation will not lead to the adoption of renewable energy. We cannot continue to import solar panels forever, but we expect this to be cheaper than grid supply. The foreign exchange keeps going up all the time, and we're importing solar panels and batteries. So where is the cost advantage? But when these things are locally manufactured and we use local currency to buy them, we would have cost advantage. So we need to establish a local industry to support this renewable energy sector value chain. That way we can have sustainability in the sector. And then it says the government is targeting 9,000 gigawatts of electricity from renewable energy by 2030, calling for policies that will encourage investors to invest in the renewable sector. Okay. So our hope is that our efforts, including those in the summit, would provide the platform and frameworks necessary toward the achievement of improved energy access, enhanced energy security, and inclusive economic growth for the country. Well, on its part, the chairman of the NERC, Usman Garba, said the role of large-scale solar has been challenging for our country, noting that the Commission is considering embedded generation using renewables and distributed generation. Cable has more stories for us, so let's begin with a few from the Cable. Obaseki, if Edo governorship election isn't free and fair, it will trigger crisis in Nigeria. Some say Nigeria will burn. Godwin Obaseki, governor of Edo State, says the forthcoming governorship election in the state must be free and fair to avoid a crisis in the country. In a statement issued on Monday, Chris Nekari, Edo Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, said Obaseki spoke on Sunday at a political meeting in the state. The election is slated for September 21. The commissioner says the governor's comment has been misinterpreted by members of the All Progressives Congress APC, alleging that Obaseki is calling for violence. The attention of Edo State government has been drawn to negative spin that the opposition party, All Progressives Congress APC, is fruitlessly attempting to put the comments made by His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki at a stakeholders meeting on Sunday, July 21, 2024 in Benin City, Edo State capital. For records, we want to restate the comments of the governor on that occasion, which are that if a free and fair election is not allowed to hold sway in Edo State September 21, 2024, it will trigger a major crisis in Nigeria, would it? The mob, then he went on to give account of what happened, how Asue and the rest of them came in and so on and so forth. Anyway, we want to advise the APC to, for once, read the mood of the nation and understand that with the current hardship, unattainable cost of living and pervasive hunger in the land, that is the country, a slightly irresponsible behavior by the political class can ignite a crisis that will have a domino effect and cause a conflagration across the nation. This note of caution is even more appropriate with the ominous threat of a nationwide protest with the potential to degenerate into a widespread breakdown of law and order. The rest you can read for yourself. Bagudu, Nigerians have to make sacrifices for country's growth. Well, second story for opinion poll is a simple truth, according to him. Atiku Bagudu, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, says Nigerians have to make sacrifices for the country to achieve the needed growth. Bagudu spoke on Monday when he appeared before the House of Reps Committee on Appropriations to defend President Bola Tinubu's request to increase the 2024 budget by 6.2 trillion naira. The minister says countries that have achieved significant growth have made sacrifices over the year. He asked Nigerians not to compare the country with nations that have attained notable development if they are not willing to make similar sacrifices. What kind of sacrifices? We have to recognize that countries that achieved development took choices that maybe we should have taken. This is my point. We have a leader, Tinubu, who is not even saying, let us blame this or blame that. We're not where we want to be. How do we mobilize all together? Our children need to appreciate this fact. It is not a pleasant conversation when any father calls for the children and says, look, I am not as rich as you think I am. Let's face it. But that conversation would build a better family than a situation where children feel self-entitled. They just blame the father, not knowing that even though he is the authority figure, he has his own limitations. So even in a country, it is no different. The simple truth is that we have to make sacrifices in order for our country to achieve the growth that it requires. Those countries whom we are teaching our children that they have achieved this and that, we should stop comparing ourselves to where the countries are today. But what choices did they make in the past to bring them to where they are? Well, it moved on to provide details of the budget, the additions they are requesting. Breaking it down, 3.2 trillion proposed for infrastructure projects will cover several road and rail projects. The minister says the funds will form counterpart funding for rail projects that have been stalled over the years, including the one linking Port Harcourt, Maiduguri, transversing Rivers, Imo, Abia, Enugu, Ebonyi, Anambra, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, Kaduna, Bauchi, Gombe, Yobe, terminating in Borno State. And then he says 522 billion will also be utilized for agriculture projects such as water, irrigation, and dams. Bagudu says the proposed 3.2 trillion Renewed Hope Infrastructure Fund is intended to provide equity contributions or counterpart contributions of the federal government projects designed or designated as priority projects, as well as critical projects that need more appropriation so that they will not suffer neglect. The minister added that the 3 trillion is intended to meet recurrent expenditure, including the new national minimum wage approved by the president. So the president will not be sending a new bill to the National Assembly then. That's what it means. So let's move on. Premium Times. But it's also anticipating that the National Assembly will keep the minimum wage at 70,000 without even adding 1,000 naira to it. They have a right to now. Well, the president wants, he gets. That's what I heard these days. Let's move on. Premium Times. 2024 UTME candidates can now print results, slips, JAMB. Joint Admission Matriculation Board has announced that candidates who sat the 2024 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME can now print their original result slips. According to a statement signed by JAMB spokesperson Fabian Benjamin, the result slips can only be printed from approved computer-based test centers starting from yesterday, the 22nd of July. The examination body, however, wants candidates to avoid printing their result slips from cyber cafes or other internet-enabled platforms, saying this could expose them to fraudulent activities such as attempted score inflation. Tribune, FG2 Nigerians abort planned protests where we have everything in place to alleviate hardship. Federal government to Nigerians abort planned protests. We have everything in place to alleviate hardship. President Bola Tinubu is calling on Nigerians to abort their planned protests, saying everything is in place to alleviate the hardship. Speaking at the National Council of Traditional Rulers meeting in Abuja on Monday, Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, emphasized the need for patience and support during this critical period. The president criticized individuals capitalizing on the nation's economic difficulties to incite protest. Let me go to quote now. We should learn from the experiences of countries like India and Sudan. With over 200 million people, we cannot afford such discord. He went on to highlight the administration's effort to ease economic hardship, including the procurement of compressed natural gas vehicles, the introduction of a student loan scheme, distribution of palliatives, provision of agricultural inputs such as tractors and fertilizers. He also went on to affirm the government's commitment to addressing insecurity. Tinubu appealed to traditional rulers to promote peace and convey the message to the youth and their communities. Does it sound convincing? Enough? Punch has our final story. And after the story, we'll begin our conversation. Maybe from here. Include domestic workers in minimum wage. Senate tells federal government. Include domestic workers in minimum wage. Senate tells federal government. The Senate and the National Council for Women's Society are seeking to include domestic servants in the proposed 70,000 naira national minimum wage scheme. The call for the inclusion of domestic servants in the national minimum wage came from both institutions at the National Assembly in Abuja during a public hearing on a bill seeking an act to provide for domestication and registration of domestic workers and employers in Nigeria. The public hearing on the bill, sponsored by Senator Babangida Museni, APC Jigawa Northwest, was organized by the Senate Committee on Employment, Labor and Productivity, chaired by Senator Dicket Plank, APC Plateau Central. The call for the inclusion of domestic servants in the national minimum wage scheme, spearheaded by Senator Osita Isunaso, APC Imo West, during his remarks at the public hearing. And I quote, "As a member of this committee, I feel strongly that part of the provisions to be included in this bill is to include the domestic workers, be it housemaid or servants, in the proposed 70,000 naira national minimum wage law. As 70,000 naira is planned to be the lowest wage for the lowest public workers, so should be the case for the least domestic worker. We will put it in the bill for implementation by all employers." He, however, suggested that instead of domestication and protection of domestic workers and employers, the amendment of the bill should be changed to registration and protection of domestic workers and their employers. In a similar call, the acting national president of the group, Mrs. Geraldine Etuk, argues for the inclusion of domestic servants in the proposed national minimum wage law. However, during an interview with journalists, the sponsor of the bill, Senator Babangida Museni, said that although he was elated by the general support the bill got from the various stakeholders, including the Minister of Labour and other relevant stakeholders, practical implementation of the additional scope of inclusion of domestic workers in the national minimum wage is what is somewhat doubtful. There is no point making a law that cannot be implemented, but I'm happy that the generality of stakeholders at the public hearing support the bill and by extension the proposed law. Okay, so those are the stories for us this morning. Let's get into our conversation proper. Well, today I can say all panelists are seated. So, in fact, the last one is just arriving. Let me start by introducing him first. Should I start? Let me move on. Dr. Richard Waigwe is here, Executive Director, Citizens Leadership and Rural Development Initiative. Welcome, Doctor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Nigerians.
Asim Adams Esquire, private legal practitioner, civil rights crusader, convener, Lawyers Without Borders, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Barrister. Welcome.
Good morning to you, Kelly, and good morning to all panelists present. In fact, today it's like I'm just like the nation of Israel, surrounded by political enemies.
Wow.
Left, right, center. I think it's a critical time. I'll need rescue later today.
Even opposite.
Everybody in the studio right now. So
you mean I am an enemy as well?
I'm not accusing you. I'm just by
no, but you have already.
No,
it's fine.
And I don't put words in my mouth.
No, it's fine. So you've accused me before that. You told me that I'm biased. So.
Surrounded by political enemies.
I can't be surprised. And I don't even have a lot of river stories. I intend not to even.
Please, if you can even avoid rivers, I think.
But you can't shake off the fact that the opposition lawmakers they are shouting a lot.
Please don't go there. Don't go there.
No, but you can't shake it up now.
Don't hit up my blood pressure. I know I'm going to say something about that.
But can't you notice that they are calling for the arrest of CTC chairman?
Of course, that's why I told you that I have political enemies left, right, and center. So they are going to devour me, but I think I'll make some distress calls right now.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
Dr. Emmanuel Iraye Nama is also here. He's a chartered arbitrator, mediator, management consultant, and socio-economic commentator. Doctor, welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning, listeners.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst, is also here. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Living Gifton Jamala, Esquire, private legal practitioner, is a lecturer with one school. I think I'm stuck right now. I hope he forgives me. But he also leads a group, a pressure group. We'll call out that detail, that book. We'll read it out later if you don't mind. Is that fine?
I thought you knew me that well.
No, not exactly. Not exactly.
Good morning, Rivers people and beyond. I think let me start by saying that it is good to, when the Bible says, beware of pretentious friends. It is good that some persons have openly declared that we are enemies. But for me, I don't have an enemy anyway.
Oh my God! Please, you see what I'm saying? Wow. You can see the pedestal when you are sat in this morning.
You set the stage.
Of course, I have to compose the whole place.
Okay.
That is it.
You set the stage.
He's my very good friend anyway. We are all friends and brothers. Political enemies, I said.
We know it's just radio banter.
Absolutely so. Yes.
We understand. Are you guys sitting next to each other?
Very close.
I'm not even worried. The microphone will not even complain. That's what will happen. We'll just have a good conversation and then enter your SUVs and drive off. That's how big men do now. So let's begin with this call for domestic staff to be included in the national minimum wage. Yes, the sponsor of the bill has already concluded is likely to work. I also know that the minimum wage law has a caps, the number of persons in your employ before it takes effect. But this proposal, I don't know. Are we moving away? Are we just taken by sentiments to make certain statements? Or we look at the practicality of it before we put some of those arguments. Bryce Adams.
Thank you very much. I believe that the question I want to ask first of all is that when you say domestic staff, are they not workers? Are they not regarded as workers? Who is classified as a worker under our labor laws and even international labor laws? I believe somebody who goes out, gives service and get paid. He is regarded as a worker. Even the drivers on the street, they are workers. That's why you have in Nigeria Union of Road Transport Workers. Even those who are working for people as what we call in Nigeria here house boys and house girls, they are rendering services. And the moment you get paid on a monthly basis for the services you render for a particular person, I think you should be classified as a worker.
Okay.
Now, if you now say domestic workers, I really don't understand what that means. Are you talking about the drivers, the cooks, the stewards, the cleaners, etc., as the case may be?
Yes.
Well, I believe in that instance, what this particular bill or whatever or maybe call is talking about is that the minimum wage, I believe did not or does not affect them. You understand, in the sense that maybe it's very rare to see, an individual having up to 12 to 25 domestic workers working for him.
More like 25.
More than like 25. Yes. Some are more than 25.
No, I mean there's a cap now.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if it's 22 or
22,
25.
yes, I think 25. So there might not be one person, who employs up to 25. And if you do not have up to 25 in your employ as a private individual, domestic workers, you are bound to pay them whatever you like. You understand? But in this particular case, as the case may be now, what this call is saying, in my own opinion, or what I feel the call is trying to say is that, please include these people. I know that I saw some people, let me not mention names, for areas I've lived, those who maltreat their domestic workers and pay them pittance for doing nothing. I mean, for doing their jobs for them.
Okay.
So maybe the clarion call now is already to pull them back to that scale so that they will not be maltreated and not be underpaid. You understand? In that particular category, I think I will showcase a good call, but I believe that anybody that renders service and get paid should be classified as a worker, whether domestic or not, as case may be. So what the law should even look at is that why even give or setting the bar of you must have to have at least 25 workers or 30 workers in your employ before you begin to apply the minimum wage. I believe the moment I work for you, whether I'm just one person working for you, the minimum wage should apply. You understand? So I think that particular area is where should be of concern.
Okay.
Not the labeling of domestic workers or maybe private workers or public workers, as case may be. That's my take.
Dr. Urainama.
Most times lawmakers are not very detailed. They just walk around the whims and caprices. Yes, our labor law describes a worker as simply a person who enters into a contract of work.
Service.
Or service, for service provision. That's what the labor law simply defines a worker as. To that extent, yes, the domestic worker is a worker. To that extent.
Whether the contract is oral,
whether it's oral, whatever, as long as he had entered to provide a service for another person.
Okay.
It simply means he's a worker. But beyond that, is law for me should always not just jump to wanting to address an issue without looking at the history of that process. Domestic servants ordinarily have two ways, apart from the fact that they were originally, the fact that they actually render service. It began from a typical African culture of wanting to help somebody. Remember, our paid work is not, to a large extent, the very African way of relating, as it were. What we did was to choose somebody who was supposedly younger or whatever, and then you take the person on to help either mentoring and or showing a trade in the long run. That's how it started. It has this until money became what was exchanged. The original thing was you have a child staying with you, you provided food for, you clothed, you housed, and perhaps sent to learn a trade or school. These were the basic things they were doing until payment directly came in, and then for some till today, I still know persons who still train their domestic workers. A houseboy in the house, a housegirl in the house, goes to school at a certain period, comes back and still does the work at home, and then still pays money.
Okay.
Now, when we talk about wage, we also need to understand that wage is a function of product. I keep saying this every other time.
that wage does not just drop from somewhere. It's out of what is generated that wage is usually paid. And I can tell workers that make all the things. Today, in this country, over 75% of people who ordinarily fall into the class of workers by definition as contained in the Nigerian labor law are actually people working in informal groups, whose output, most if not all the time, cannot cater for certain amounts of pay. It's not going to work. I was asking somebody who had an issue the other day how they want to implement
this minimum wage.
The minimum wage, because we start from morning till evening, as it were. I didn't see more than 5-6 persons coming to patronize the food there. So the first question I had in my head, there's a minimum wage, there's a law.
Is a person up with a staff strength of over 20?
Well, that's
another issue.
Those are the caveats, perhaps, that protects that person. But you will understand those kind of things. And of course, if you say, lawyers are here, they'll tell you one simple thing. That is it avoidance and what's the other one now? You either avoid...
For the avoidance of doubt?
No. There's a law. It's either you attempt to circumvent the law. There are two ways to it. One is if you do it wrongly, it becomes an offense. But if you do it rightly, but the whole bottom line, and I'm giving an instance for say 25 persons. So I will limit my employment to 24. Does that make sense to you?
That exempts you now. That
is mischief. That is trying to dodge whatever.
But I will fall under the law.
That's right.
I think it's tax that actually does that.
Yes, I understand.
Evasion and avoidance.
Yes, I understand what you are saying now.
So,
but the right word is
typically what you will, because you need to understand the complete circumstance. When you want to achieve a thing, you need to look at it completely true.
Nigeria.
If the only way, there's not like Nigeria. Looking at this, the same substance. And until we look at these things completely, because what it simply means that you've knocked off one man who ordinarily in a society where you have a high level of employment, you've knocked off one man from having the opportunity of being employed or having something to do because you want him to earn a 70,000 naira. Until perhaps we begin to look at things holistically and understand where we are as a people, we'll make laws that will never be implemented.
Pastor Jamala.
The truth is, most of our lawmakers, they do not do their due diligence and by research before coming to attend some of these public hearings. And most of them, they belong to committees they know nothing about. If you look at this present clamor by this committee, domestic workers or whatever they call themselves, trying to see how they can amend that law, it's to the extent that they are trying to cash on to what is trending. What do I mean by that? A minimum wage is already approved by both. There is this understanding between the federal government and the state government and the labor union as to what will cap up the minimum wage. And therefore, it does appear that some set of persons are somehow not provided for in that law. If you look at the strength of the public workers in Nigeria, they're not up to 10% of the Nigerian population. If you go to the private sector, those who fall under the category of employers that will be liable for this implementation, they do not also employ up to 30% of the population. Others fall within the categories of either unemployed or self-employed. Then the one my guy here called, there's a language, informal workers. Now, there is a capping in the Labor Act that defines who an employer is to be guided by the provisions of the labor law and other whatever ILO conventions. So if there is a limit as to the numbers of employment, how many persons employ above that limit? How many persons employ within and below that limit? So these persons that employ within and below the limit, they're excluded. how many domestic, maybe they are looking at their domestic staffs, because it is even the states that pays for their domestic staff. The domestic staff of the National Assembly member, they're entitled to some of these workers being paid by the state government, the federal government. Same with the various states House of Assembly. Maybe it is that level of domestic staff they are looking at. Come to the local setting where we have a lady, husband, small pikin, and one other person they call as domestic staff. The person who is even having that domestic staff is not earning up to 70,000 naira. Then you want to make a law. You want to make a law to bind him to pay domestic staff for 70,000 naira. If they are well guided by the provisions of the labor law, I don't think they will be making for these going for these improvements. They should be looking on how to amend that provision in the labor law, removing the cap to the extent that I think someone who can employ up to 10 persons should be, but the negative part of it is that we're going to have some redundancy in the system.
Stuff.
Yes. So many persons will be laid off.
Oh, they'll be laid off.
Yes.
And so, like Mr. Nassau said, for you to implement this, you have to amend
the you have to amend
Minimum Wage Act,
which is all about to be sent, like they said.
You have to amend it. You know, when the president was just going to pass the bill now, the executive bill, there is already an act. They have to amend that act to include this new wage. So, if they want to say include domestic staff, they would have to look at the margins and look at the nomenclatures.
Including domestic staff to the extent that it will contravene the provisions that already set a bar of who an employer is, to be guided by the provisions of even that minimum wage act.
So it's simple now. So if they were to look at this,
they have to amend.
Full amendment of that.
Of the labor law. That's the point I'm coming from.
Do you think it's necessary? It is not necessary. Do you think it's sustainable?
It is not. It is not necessary at the moment, and even if some persons appears to agree that it's necessary, it will not be sustained.
Okay, Dr. Waigwe.
I want to start by building up from what the other panelists have said so far. For me, this is a very important law. This is a very important law. They have already defined who is a worker. And part of their definition includes that as long as you render service. And if you have our knowledge about what the developed countries are doing, how do they do it? That is the point that any worker, no matter what, at least you are sure of your pay and it's sustainable. So Nigerians need to learn from the developed country. How did they do it? So if you know the structure of Nigerian economy, that the informal and the formal sector, and almost the informal sector is almost making up of 70%. If you know that, and you go back to our labor law, you discover that our labor law is not all encompassing. So the labor law, if you want to cater for every worker, because we buy in the same market, you need to go and review the labor law. And if where it is necessary for you to put a caveat there, put it. But every worker must be assured that my pay can take me to somewhere. My pay can sustain me. So these are things that we should factor in when we are making a law. So for me, it's a good law. Whatever is needed to be done must be done, because it has to factor in the nature of our Nigerian economy.
Okay.
Over the years, you have been making law, and at the end of it, only your laws is only carrying the civil servant and the public servant only. Apart from the civil servant, and they are not up to 30%. The rest of the 70%, what happens to them? Labor is dancing now, maybe their interest is protected. But the question is, the rest of the 70, what happens to them? You must make a law that should factor the interest of these people. And that's when you'll be rest assured that you have made a law. Otherwise, we are still far.
Okay, so this is still a proposal. Someone just suggested it. So they've not reached someone presenting this as a bill for the House to debate on. Not yet. Mr. Ndikwe.
Well, Kelly, you see, it's not all that clear. The labor they are talking about, domestic workers they are talking about, if it's for the public workers, then it's a good law. So that at a point in time, perhaps there will be need. Because I cannot think about when private sector workers will be brought in if they don't meet the quota as recommended by the law. Take, for instance, a private man that is on his own has 6 workers. Then you are mandating him, you must pay 70,000. It's obnoxious now. It doesn't work out. But if he's, for instance, assistants, domestic workers of the National Assembly members and State Assembly members, like perhaps if there are such people like judges and all the rest of the high caliber staff, who I know, I think is government also that pay them. It's not the individual they are serving. And once their money, their salary is coming from government, they need to be included. Now, it's been an obnoxious, wicked, even desertion by way of leaving them out of that minimum wage all along. Somebody making, when government gives, maybe it reaches their head, that's their principal. And if it's, for instance, 80,000, they may give them 40. That's what it could introduce. But once they are included in the minimum wage, it means whatever comes, their principal must give them exactly what is due them. Because they are also staff of government. That's the way I look at it. Because when you look at all these people that, let's say, sometimes you hear, is it, what do they call the parliamentary, is it workers? I think
parliamentary staff.
Yes, the lower people, they will lock the chambers and the big legislators won't come in. Those people are paid by government also. And if they happen to be some of them that are maybe drivers of big people and all that, why wouldn't they be included in the labor market and then paid exactly what is due them?
They are covered by the law now.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a good law for me.
Okay. A good suggestion.
A good suggestion, my dear. A good suggestion, because you said it's just a proposal. Now, a good suggestion. If they should do it, fine. But anybody that is maybe dreaming that private sector workers will be included, except you meet the quotas, they have said if you employ this number, either 25 or 12, what I can't remember. If, for instance, Dr. Iroema came with the ingenuity of that one, he's settled now. If you want to be excluded, you apply 24, assuming it's 25, and nobody will look you away. Anything the person likes, he can talk. But you didn't reach that mark to be charged of, you'll be paying them this and that.
All right. Doctor, you want to add something?
Yes, I want to add something. Perhaps my concerns will be 2 ways. One, a better definition of who a domestic worker is. Because as we're discussing here, I'm seeing certain persons I ordinarily wouldn't have described as domestic workers being dragged into a housemaid.
That should be a domestic worker.
Good. An individual's housemaid. That will be different from a cleaning service provider.
That's a company.
You get that?
That's a company.
You get, so because we need to separate, and that's where I'm coming from. When I raised the first question,
I think they're referring to the housemaid.
The housemaid, like a cleaner.
They also said it. They also said it
for an individual. You understand what I'm saying? For a person working for an individual, not somebody seconded. Because for a cleaning service provider, which is an outsourced business ordinarily, it's a company. You can't call that person a maid. In the real sense, it's a cleaning service provider.
It's a staff.
Same thing with a security.
A security from a security services company.
It's different.
It's different from
the an individual's security. Now, if this law, first and foremost, is about protecting the treatment of such class of people, treatment in the sense that, of course, we all know the kind of things that usually happen. You assault the person for having not done one thing or the other. It's assault, whether it's your maid or whatever. Use your physical physically assault the person. Something should be done to protect such people. You don't feed the person. Because some assumption, basically for a housemaid, for instance, the housemaid doesn't go outside to eat. You feed the person. Certain provisions could be made. Now, if you do all of that to say you're helping to protect the person, that could make some sense. But you want to fix a wage, a minimum wage for such a person without asking me
if you have the capacity.
How much do I have? And like I said before, because we're an African society, 70 to 80% of the reason why we take these mates, most if not all the time, is actually to assist the person. You get the relatives, because that's what they come to do.
I understand.
Or you send somebody, there's this child in the village, he's supposedly very good, he's well behaved, bring him, let me help him.
That is
and then he thinks that
child labor.
Yes, you get it. I get now, all of those kind of things are part of things that usually are finally that give an output to looking at as if they are mates. So we need to be very careful in defining who we're talking about and what areas we think as of today there are deficiencies in the way they are managed. But to talk about minimum wage for them without looking at what the principal's income is, it's a dangerous thing.
But it's like they say that you make your cloth with the material that you have. And the same way when Tinubu removed subsidy, some of the things that we heard was, if you used to go with 3 cars,
drop 2.
Drop 2.
Simple.
Or use one. So in this case now, they may be saying,
how many has the presidency reduced?
Learn how to clean your own house
by yourself. And that's what I agree. And that's what I agree. And that's what I agree. And the implication is very simple. You and I do know that. Do these persons ordinarily want certain level of this thing you want by law? But technically what you're doing is to tell me, okay, since they say I should pay 70,000, I don't have 70,000, you can leave. And the question is, to where are you living? If you are providing, the same government that is making that law is providing an alternative job
for them,
it makes sense for me.
Okay, let me take other views.
Let me just add something there. To obviate all these things, in my own opinion, is that necessarily you might not say, okay, domestic workers should be added to the minimum wage category. Because even if you say that, like you try to obviate, you say 25, you do 24. To go outside of it. It's not so good. Now, why don't we, if they are proposing a bill in the House, suggestion. That okay, they can even make it a bill, kind of. Okay, minimum wage you pay XYZ. Domestic staff, otherwise downwards, you pay per hourly. So that you understand the point now. If you can't pay,
if per hour comes down to above 70,000, what happens?
What happens now
is goes back to the same sustainability.
It's you now that you not choose the hours you want me as a steward or maybe a watchman to wash for you or clean your house for you. I pay you the hours you spend. If you want me to cook for you as a cook, I come to your house 5 hours. I cook a goosey or bonosup and stew. 5 hours I'm gone, you pay me and I go.
I'm sure that will raise more issues. Dr.
I think that's exactly what I want Nigeria to borrow from the developed countries.
I'm telling you.
Canada and other developed countries. Those who pay for wages hourly. And they will tell you that's to the dignity of the worker. To protect you.
We already operate
if you can afford it, you pay. Okay. But if you can't, don't abuse anybody. So that they can go to the market and still buy something.
All right. See, Kelly. If you listen to when I started, I said, this is not clear. Clear enough, I mean, because when you say domestic workers, are you talking about the bracket for public workers whose government duty it is also to pay them? If it is those that government are paying, they are workers, federal workers like yourself. And so they should be included in the minimum wage. And that's why I say it's a good law.
Okay.
But if you are talking about the private sector, unless you are there and there are quotas of your workers that meet the requirement to be included in the minimum wage, then you are not part of it.
No, he says that you can, in amending the law, you remove those bars and make it general.
That's what they're
saying. So that you remove those bars. So instead of 25 being the persons you must have, you say everybody. Well, that's what the law says. The law says a worker is somebody who provides. who has entered into a contract to provide service.
So how many Nigerians have more than 20 or 22 domestic?
No, even Kelly, you see, if it's that way, that the private sector, everything is made without impediments and they are removed. So that whichever worker you have, you pay him 70 or whatever. That's minimum.
The least.
At least we are talking about the least. It will not be sustainable. It won't.
Jamali wanted to add something.
I wanted to say we are advocating for even what they call hourly pay, daily pay. It's presently working in Nigeria.
It's working. We're doing it.
But the question is, will you be satisfied with the amount to be paid per hour?
Wow.
So for whichever angle we look at it, Nigeria remains Nigeria. Okay, someone is talking about. Someone mentioned the e-hailing services. Those ones, the persons who use the services do not have option. Most times, it's a class thing. We don't have option that, assuming I want to book Uber, it's a choice. Right? Mm-hmm. And it's not even regulated with somewhere I can negotiate.
Yeah, you can negotiate.
Exactly.
The price comes.
The price is there.
It's just there, you pick it, and those who cannot afford it don't even go near it.
And if you're unfortunate, you sit in traffic for hours. The price
is on your head. So that's what I said, is a class team, more or less a class team. Those who belong to or want to put themselves in that class, use it.
You mean like a person that suggested it?
I don't think so. I'm not the one.
He can afford it.
I'm not the one.
He can afford it, right?
I'm not the one.
The one that is making the
I'm not the one.
He has free money.
I mean the person that made the suggestion of e-hailing.
No, the one that made it.
No, the person that made the suggestion of e-hailing is the one that right now.
Okay, the one that made the suggestion. He has been using it.
He's been using it.
That's what he uses.
So he can afford it.
He lives his car at home.
He's a bourgeois. It's not enough to my trek most times now. Economic to be fit economically.
Oh, really?
I have to, economic trekking. I have to do some trekking.
I like that word.
What's economic?
Yes. What's economic fitness? Yes, economic fitness.
Yes,
economic fitness. What does it mean?
So you can't go according to your size, like you said. Now, if you know that you cannot pay per hourly, then you have to cook your soup yourself. And wash your clothes yourself.
We don't have problem with all of that. The problem, listen now. The basic problem is you are in. See, that's what we're missing. We're not Canada. You are in an environment where there is a high rate of unemployment. Hold on, sir. So I will get this straight. The real purpose to revamp the economy is to find ways to creating employment. That's what everybody is struggling. And part of the employment you're having today are not actually needed in the real sense of the word.
If people had proper jobs to do,
they won't come.
In fact, even the graduate staff will be a working class.
Yes, I have graduates who work to just wash plates. Okay. I have graduates who work to wash plates. The question is, why has he chosen this? It's not because he wants it.
He's not employable. A graduate washing plate in Nigeria, for instance, as the case may be, no matter what you read, you understand. You see, there's a difference between employable, graduates and non-employable graduates. Let me tell you something.
But Asim,
Adams, you've not seen hunger.
I've seen hunger. See, stop that. See,
but Asim,
I'm hunger personified.
There are graduates.
Yes, I understand.
Graduates that are currently driving keke.
No, that is self-employed.
It's not. It's somebody's keke.
Somebody's keke.
Okay, wait. Even if it's not self-employed, it's on hire purchase.
No, it may not even be.
Good. Even if it's not hire purchase,
I have to go for the name.
Even if it's not hire purchase, he makes a daily return to the owner, and he makes some money for himself. He's better than a guy going to wash plates.
I'm informing you, the one that was
That is the point. That is the point I want you to know.
Washing that plate.
Washing the plate in which office?
More than who?
More than this one you're saying. The one that got
He's not working for the state president. I can wash plate for the state president or president.
You can watch it for the president.
Yes, because I know the
You cannot see.
So
every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today. 95.1 FM. Board Hardcore. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Martin Amewule-led Rivers State House of Assembly has called for the arrest of the caretaker committee chairman over their continued stay in office, despite a Supreme Court judgment declaring them illegal. The Apex Court had recently given judgment in a case between the Attorney General of the Federation and the Attorneys General of the 36 states, ruling that CTC is illegal. During plenary, Major Jack informed members of the certified true copy of the Supreme Court judgment in his possession, which he laid before Amewule. While presenting his report, the chairman of the House Committee on Local Government, Ignatius Onwuka, raised an alarm over the continued activities of CTC chairman despite the Supreme Court judgment. In another submission, the member representing Andoni constituency, Ofix Kabam, accused Governor Siminalayi Fubara of instigating anarchy. After voting, Amewule called on the police to arrest the caretaker committee chairman wherever they are seen parading themselves. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Professor John Obafunwa as the new Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, NIMR. Professor Obafunwa succeeds Professor Babatunde Salako, whose tenure expires today. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media, Ajuri Ngelale, noted the appointment takes effect from July 24, 2024. His research spans anatomic and forensic pathology and is currently involved in research in forensic entomology and taphonomy at the University of Nebraska, USA. The President also expects the new Director General to bring his immense wealth of experience and qualifications to bear to further drive the NIMR's objective of leading research into diseases of public health importance in Nigeria. Mixed reactions are trailing the withdrawal of U.S. President Joe Biden from the country's November 5 presidential election. Port Harcourt-based political scholars who share diverse views on Biden's decision to resign question if Nigerian politicians would take the same step of stepping down on ambition in the best interest of the citizens and country. Speaking to Today FM correspondent, these scholars express hope that Nigeria will someday reach a point where leaders recognize their unfitness for office and step down. They suggested that the cultural and political environment in Nigeria plays a significant role in the decision of a political party to step down. On its part, a professor at the University of Port Harcourt, Christopher Ochonogo, said withdrawing from one's office in this part of the world is viewed as a disgrace, adding that despite numerous political scandals, politicians rarely step down from their positions. On the foreign scene, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to arrive Washington for talks with the Biden administration and to address a joint session of the House and Senate on Wednesday. The visit comes amid Israel's war with Hamas in Gaza and the U.S. President Joe Biden's official withdrawal from his re-election bid. Biden has given strong support for Israel in defending itself against Hamas since that war started in October, but has also strongly criticized Netanyahu for his handling of the war and the mounting death of Palestinian civilians. While Israel officially has not weighed in on U.S. politics, Netanyahu grew close to Donald Trump as he moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem and implemented other pro-Israeli policies. Meanwhile, Netanyahu says he will be seeking bipartisan support for Israel to make sure the country remains an indispensable and strong ally of the United States in the Middle East. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
We have two gentlemen joining us from the Diamond Project. Diamond shine bright like a diamond. Yeah, I understand that. So tell us,
What's this Diamond Project all about?
All right. Good morning to you. I am Mr. Favor Silvanus, and the Diamond Project, as the name implies, diamond. Now, first of all, what's a diamond? A diamond is a coal that has gone to the highest form of carbonization and pressure to become admirable, to become precious, and to become something everybody wants to have. So in the Diamond Project, our goal is to help an individual, an average man, a normal human being, to become the ultimate version of himself. To a point where we help to raise people to a point whereby they can be able to single-handedly create capital by themselves to fund their projects without going about for loans or dropping collateral everywhere looking for loans up and down. So what we do is we work with credible individuals, we select individuals, we mentor them, work with them through our system, connect them to a project they can use to generate capital to fund their project and become self-sufficient and become 100% independent of the Nigerian economy through our system.
Just like he said, since it's no loan, if the organization help them to generate those funds to start up their business or expand already existing ones, we are not taking away from them because it's not loan, right? That is why we are seeking for individuals who are smart and forward thinking, who are hungry to start up something for themselves without them going around looking for the loan.
So what you're helping them do is when they come, you help them generate fund.
Yeah, exactly, yes. What we do is we have a system that has been in Nigeria currently operating for 12 years. Okay. And with our system that is credible, once you are selected, we're going to help you generate the capital of your choice, because everybody have different things they want to do. If you ask all Nigerians now, they have ideas, but what is limiting them is finance. So with our system, they can be able to generate capital to fund their projects without collecting.
What kind of project are we looking at? Because when you say project, is it bridge?
It cannot be flyby because flyby is already.
Everybody have their own personal projects. Let's take for instance, your project may be to start up a new business, right? My project may be to expand my already existing business. When his project is maybe to take care of family members and other needs, right? So that is project is a rich language, right? In another language, we can say used to take care of things where they find money for, but they don't have the available money. That is why the project is launched. And one of the reasons why it's launched is because if you check our country is in a state whereby things that is working outside don't work here. So what we understand that there is an individual error. If somebody can increase the capacity, right? In capacity, can be able to generate those funds. Remember, in a country where there is a good economy, there are poor people there, right? And that means in a poor country where there is poor, the country that is poor, that have a poor economy, there are equally rich people there. And what helps them is because those individuals increase their capacity that they can be able to survive. And that is why this project is launched.
And secondly, minus the fact that we are helping people create capital to fund their projects, one of the reasons why this project was launched is also we realize that there are so many persons working in different sectors, and what they earn at the end of the month is not equivalent to their hard work.
Exactly.
So with the system, I want to help them see how we can help them earn what they deserve. Connect them to a system whereby as they can be able to decide this month I want to generate 1 million, they can generate 1 million. I want to generate 2 million with their, or they can generate 2 million. Not where somebody come out and say, your minimum wage is 30,000. You are even protest for 70k. Do you understand? But with our system, you can live to the extent of what you want to have. Yes, that's
now,
the project.
What qualifies someone to come into the system to benefit from the system you've been able to put in place?
All right, we didn't put a bridge to qualification because we realized that there are so many Nigerians that didn't actually go to school, but they are individually brilliant and smart and intelligent. So what we do is we do a random selection, and when they come to our office, we go them through the selection process to see who qualifies. So anybody that wants to partake in the project, he wants to be part of it, he wants to say how we can help him, all he needs to do is just bring out his phone and text YES to the phone number I'm going to call. 0906 916 0131. Again, 0906 916 0131. Sending yes to this number is not an automatic selection, qualification.
Okay.
What we do is we will select the first 40 persons that will text yes to this number, not start calling the number, just text YES.
Okay.
If you are selected, you'll be contacted and invited to our project office where you get the full details of how this thing can benefit you. So if you didn't get the number earlier, let me repeat the number, right? Slowly. 0906 916 0131.
You get another individuals who will qualify, right? Like you get people who say they are not looking for the fund to start up their business. They are not looking for the fund to increase the capacity of their business. That is the fact, right? But these persons, they don't have freedom, right? Like they always work for their money. These kind of persons, once they stop working, they go back to starting point again, right? So this individual, what would the organization is doing is to help them to create up a system that works even when they are not there, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that is another stage of person. Yes, that is another stage of person that qualify for it, right? Because there are some persons that pay their dues, that they work, what they earn in a month, can take care of their family members, take care of their fund and whatever. But those persons don't have freedom, right? The project is equally designed to help those persons to create up a system that works even when they are not available.
Call the number again.
So let me take up the number again.
Yes.
090-6916-0131. And
So
again,
you just text yes
to this number.
Okay.
And have it in mind that texting yes doesn't guarantee that. Yes, right?
Okay.
090-6916-0131. So once we send yes to this number, we are going to take it up from there. Okay.
You take it slowly again.
090-6916-0131.
So when they text yes, you do the verification, then you invite them to your office.
Yeah.
We are going to invite them to our project office because it is not something we discuss on phone, right? So we are going to show you the system. We're going to show you the credibility of the system. We're going to show you the payment plan of the system. I'm going to show you some amazing things you need to find out about, because there are some things you need to say, yeah, this is the right system for me, right? So we are going to sit them down, draw the plan, 12 months and the roadmap to show them, yes, that this project can be able to benefit them, just like we said. So that is why we are invited. So if you receive the yes, because not everybody that send the yes that will be selected, right? So if you have been selected, just make yourself available to be there at the right time. And there are 3 things needed. Please dress smart, right? Don't just dress as if we are calling you to for one kind street protest, right? You have to dress smart. Second, you must come with that SMS.
Okay.
That will grant you. Without that, they will send you back. So you have to make sure that you convince us.
Make sure you are selected before you come.
Yes, so you have to come with that SMS. And the last one, you must be there on time. Remember, it's either you are early or you are late. So we don't take.
Depending on the time you will give.
Yes,
exactly.
They will have all the details. All right. Once we select the person will have all the details needed.
Okay, the number again.
Then before we call the number, I know some listeners are wondering what will be our benefits even if we are selected. Like you said earlier, your benefit is freedom. Yes. You can be earning over 2 million in a month and somebody is earning 500k in a month, but that person has more freedom than you.
Exactly.
Like, by the grace of God right now, through this project I have freedom. I can decide to travel from Monday to Sunday. At the end of the month, I am sure I am earning residual income. And the dream of every successful man is to retire into wealth. Not to retire and eat the one you save. To retire where money is still coming in. So that is what you can benefit from the project. When you become a diamond, that is why we're helping you become the ultimate version of yourself. So if you want freedom financially and your time freedom, health freedom, financial freedom, all you need to do is just text YES.
And don't be greedy. You can tell your neighbors.
Is there anything like let's even leave the issue of financial freedom. Let's just talk about residual income. Yes, go ahead. The number.
Yeah, the number is 0906 916 0131. Again, 0906 916 0131.
All right, thank you very much. But for those who want to also build flyover, they can still come. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
On this day in history, 23rd July,
In 1961, American opera singer Grace Bunbury became the first black singer to perform at the Bayreuth Festival in Germany. In 1967, the first successful liver transplant was carried out on a 19-month-old Julie Rodriguez by Dr. Stiles at the University of Colorado. In 1999, as regards to the launch of NASA's orbiter Columbia, U.S. astronaut Eileen Collins became the first woman to command a space shuttle mission. And in 2008, Cape Verde joined the World Trade Organization, becoming the 153rd member.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
What did they happen? They say wahala need it. Now this one wahala be like bicycle. Waiting they happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, now here you go here. Waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonge to them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them come give you acid the hot. Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go to their blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take them. Let us see where they go. Homeland is homeland. Me, I go punket for them. I no go be get man at that time for airport. Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM. Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk. Weekdays, 2 p.m. Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Several courts. Your morning bulletin.
for the arrest of caretaker chairman. Good morning, Rivers people. Listening to Martin Amehule, whose legitimacy as an assembly member is being contested in several courts, in your morning bulletin calling for the arrest of caretaker chairman is funny. I say this because Amehule was part of the making of the local government law number 5 of 2018 by the Rivers State House of Assembly, with the proviso that in the event that the government of Rivers State is unable to hold elections, there is a 90-day window to appoint a CTC. Recall that his inglorious attempt to repeal this law in April this year was shut down by a Rivers State High Court that struck out tenure elongation. It would mean, in my interpretation and in the understanding of anybody, that that law was not repealed, and the provision in our constitution clearly states that the administration of local government rests in the assembly. The existence of a CTC is legal by the law made by Martin Amehule. For him to ask that they be arrested is like pouring water on the back of a duck, except our Nigerian police will take a law that does not exist or take an order from a private citizen to execute. I leave that to the judgment of Rivers people. But I know that the CTC that is operational is recognized by the law made by Martin Amehule, and that law subsists.
All right, thank you for staying with us. Message there from the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Rivers State Government, Warisonibo Joseph Johnson, on the call by the Martin Amehule House of Assembly for the arrest of the caretaker committee chairman in Rivers State. He says, first of all, Martin was already part of the party, was among parties that made that law. So calling for the arrest now is somewhat hypocritical. That's his claim. But I also know that Martin Amehule, they tried to amend that law now. We talked about the legality of their action in amending that law when they extended the tenure of the former council chairman. That action has been knocked down by a competent court of jurisdiction. That's correct, yeah? So, I don't know if you want to react to this. This is government reacting to government, I get it. But let me take your views on the call by the Martin Amehule-led House of Assembly calling for the arrest of caretaker committee chairman, citing the Supreme Court's judgment. Let me begin, Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, I was embarrassed when I heard that.
Why?
Good. The embarrassment came as a result of Martin Amehule and his men, let's even call them the State House of Assembly. That has not given them the position to be a court. I think if one is contemptible of the court, it is the court that will do its job. Yes. If, for instance, I have a case, like maybe I have a case in court and lawyers will correct me if I'm wrong, you know, we hit things on the side. They know exactly where it ought to go. Now, when one is appear in court for no reason, nothing, a judge has ordered that that particular person comes, and the person did not appear, for instance. Is it the court that should get annoyed that, yes, you have run counter to what they have ordered, or maybe the person that was that filed the case that will say, take police and arrest you? No, now. The court has to give an order. You remember the case of Was it Nnamdi Kanu when they said he jumped bail? Now it was people were urging the justice. Is it Mrs. whatever? Good Binta to order now for his arrest and all that. That shows me, who doesn't understand law so much, that it's the court that will fight his fight. Is it the individual or the institution that will go after the person and arrest the person? Okay. If the Supreme Court had come out with that position that the caretaker is illegal, and I also am very much aware of Amehule being and his group being in the know that the Chief Okocha had filed a case again. You remember that one, barring everything about local government election, which of course has given Sim Fubara, the governor, a leeway to continue with the illegality as pronounced by the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Because I said there is no vacuum in governance. Now, he is trying to run away from that illegality of caretakership. But you buy election, is he going to leave all the local governments without chairman? So he continues, he perpetuates, more or less, we are sued as perpetuates that particular caretakership.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it. I might be wrong. Perhaps the lawyers will correct me.
Doctor, you're right, Nama.
Anytime I hear the name Amehule and his group, I laugh. I laugh because I see a set of people who are merely continually seeking unnecessary relevance. On a sister station yesterday, I had said, except somebody is deceiving them. Except somebody is deceiving them. Amehule and his group, by their mere action of defection, are no longer members of the River State House of Assembly. I do not need a court to interpret it even. I don't even need a court to interpret it because it is self-executory in the first instance.
Okay.
Now, if they think that we are wrong by telling them that they are no longer members of River State Assembly, it's a very simple thing for them to do. There are two things they need to do, and they are avoiding to do it. Go and demand that the declaration of your seats is illegal. Go and openly face that action and stop taking the wrong routes and making the judiciary look as if it is stupid. Go openly and challenge your removal. Or, if you think you're that strong, instead of making all this noise, admit to the fact that you've defected and allow an election to be conducted for those seats. Since you know very well that you have all it takes to win your seats back. In your new party, go and get the seats, come and contest the election, and win, let's see you. And then begin to do this kind of things you think you're doing. The more Rivers people, and indeed, I think part of the problem why they are doing what they are doing is that the press is giving them so much of airtime. Because the earlier the press stop discussing their illegal sittings, they will know that they are of nowhere. Their intention is what the average Rivers person knows very well. To keep themselves relevant, perhaps till 2027.
Okay.
The illegal sittings.
The illegal sittings will continue.
Next news.
That's what but people are just busy. So let the press help by refusing to make it, and then let's see how far it will go.
Dr. Whiteboy.
I think that the speaker or the former speaker, when I use speaker or the former speaker, I think I am taking the position of the law because it is not yet decided. I think the speaker or the former speaker is playing to the gallery, and it is high time he stopped this nonsense. It is high time he stopped this nonsense. The politics is becoming unbearable unto the people. So why not allow the court to decide? Why not allow the court to decide instead of heating up the politics? So go in there and say they should be arrested. Maybe because of the Supreme Court judgment. You are playing to the gallery. I think it's high time he stopped this nonsense.
Okay. Bryce Adams.
All eyes on me. All eyes on me. Seriously speaking, Kelly, I want to say with due respect to those who have spoken. They have spoken very well. And I want to say with due respect also that their opinions are allotted to them. I cannot say they don't have the right to hold their opinions. But my point of divergence is this. One, if a court makes a pronouncement, there should be enforcement. Two, is that did a court make a pronouncement on the legality or illegality, validity, or otherwise of CTCs, not just in River State? Yes, the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, did make a pronouncement, and by virtue of the laws under which the government of River State and every other state government operate in Nigeria, including the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is the Constitution, which is the ground norm. In law, we call it the fourth nth origo, the source and the origin. And every elected governor, president has sworn, or even the House of Assembly members, as far as you are a public officer, you sworn to defend the Constitution. Under Section 287 of the 1999 Constitution, subsection 1, if the Constitution is very close, I can read it verbatim. What does that particular section and subsection say? It says that pronouncement of this court, the Supreme Court, etc., and other courts, has to be enforced by all authorities. By all authorities. And the authorities in this kind of instance is that even the government of the various states is an authority, the police is an authority, it is as the case may be. The House of Assembly of the state is an authority.
Okay.
To enforce law.
I'm coming. That day, of course, I can let me read it. I want to read it. I want to know. Let me look at it. Hold on, please, sir. No, please, sir. I need to, because he has challenged. Let me read it. No. Can I just read it for okay, no problem. Let me go on. Go to section 287. You read it and find out. It says all authorities. All authorities. So I'm telling you about authorities. Look at the authorities in Nigeria. Authority government is an authority. The House of Assembly of the State is an authority. The House of National Assembly is an authority. The police is an entity and an authority. So they can call on the police, which has the arms of to go and execute, to do that their duty. Which this particular house has done. We are not talking about the validity or non-validity of the assembly.
Their status.
Their status. I'm coming, sir. This is the problem. I know I have a lot of enemies. I have a lot of enemies.
Suspended if you
one is by my right hand side. By my right hand side, yes.
No, we shall apply disciplinary measures on him.
Don't worry, we know what to do. I know what I will do to him when Ukraine and Russia met. I know what they did. Now, we are not talking about the validity or otherwise of that particular
the status
of that or whatever is the validity now.
It's a court.
It's the court. There's a court that has to make a pronouncement.
Okay.
And the matter is even before the court. So the matter at this point is subsidized, as the case will.
But that matter is decided already now.
I'm coming on
the Supreme Court has made a pronouncement now on CTC.
Mm-hmm. No, not CTC. I'm not about the validity of the people.
No, but you said let's leave that one.
Okay, let's leave that one. Good. So now, coming to whether anybody, I can even tell the police
to arrest them.
As an individual, urge them to say, please, they are violated. They are violated, or maybe they are disobeying the order of court.
Okay.
Please, can you go and execute, not arrest, can you go and execute the judgment of court? That is as an individual.
Okay, so
good.
I think I can interject at this point.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Your point is clear.
Yes.
Right? But if they were to remove them, what management will remain for the local government administration?
That is, I was going there. Hold on. Can you always allow me to come down? I am pregnant right now. Let me deliver.
At least for once we're in the same
direction. I understand. We're on the same side.
For once, I
don't really know now because I'm prevaricating and I'm not too sure, where you belong because it's Chikwata. Chikwata is that I don't know whether you are for me or not for me. But maybe in some minutes I will know whether you are supporting me or like this.
I'm not supporting anybody.
Or anybody.
I don't support anybody.
And you remain so, I'll let the Red Sea be open. Now, let me tell you what I'm trying to say is this. We say we should leave validity otherwise. Now, the Supreme Court made the pronouncement that CTCs are invalid. And, you know, and orders of court are to be executed, you know, by authorities, as case may be. And there's a clarion call of this nature. Now, where I'm going to, because of the fact that nature or government, there shouldn't be vacuum in government. Various state governments have done what now? Set up election dates to elections to hold. Including this. And the chief law officer of the federation, which is the AG Fed, Latif Fagbemi, came out. You understand the point now? To kind of interpret, you know, what the constitution, I mean, what the Supreme Court, you know, said. You understand? I said, yes, this is what citizens are illegal, but for now, you have a window of 90 days. I don't know if you understand the point now. You have a window of 90 days, all right, to set up accounts, whatever. And that particular window avails any government that's operating CTCs, you understand the point now, to do what now? To now manage and do an election. So on that particular plank, on that particular plank, it is where I am conceding to the fact that what what they said, you know, for now, was not necessary. I don't need to understand the point. Right. So you find that what I'm trying to, but to say that they don't have the right to say is very wrong. You understand? That's my take on this.
Your point is they have a right.
They have a right to
make
say
the call they have made.
They made the call they have made.
But they didn't take into mind. They didn't take into mind the position. They didn't take into mind the position of the AGM.
The political situation, the political position of the AGM. So they should be advised accordingly. I say.
Do you think this is just politics?
Where that is now we are talking. Wow. This is politics.
Well, this was
now, what we are talking here is sentimental analysis or whatever. Now, let me tell you, what is happening now is what? Politics. Because why? Why is it politics? Why is it politics? You are saying I cannot go to Supreme Court and make them enforce them. I mean, force them to go and enforce their order. That is on my own side. But do you still have the right to tell the Supreme Court not to enforce their order? Or go about enforcing the orders made. So we are all playing politics with this issue as case may be. So if for any other reason, I believe that people should be objective, just the way I came with objectivity on this matter in my final analysis. But to sweep them away.
I agree.
Yes.
Today I agree with you.
Yes, so you agree with me?
I agree with you.
So the people should not play politics with it.
I agree with you. 100%.
My other commentators were playing politics with it.
Illegality, etc. I don't know if they were.
I mean, it's wrong.
I don't know if they were, but to this one today I agree.
Inviting us to treat them.
I agree with you. But let me take a piece of
absolutely
of Jamala. Who today in recent times.
You supported me.
No, today I support you. On this one I support you.
That is the private expression, yes. We should be objective always, not politics.
Being objective also.
You are not reacting to his comment. You are reacting to.
I should.
No. You are reacting to the statement.
Silence in most cases connotes admittance.
But he did not call you out. If you have a better opinion, share your opinion. Please.
I want to do so.
Don't react to what he said.
I'm not reacting. I only want to.
Don't react to what he said, please.
It's a disclaimer.
It's a disclaimer for what?
Are you an authority?
Disclaimer for what?
Are you an authority? Section 287.
So what did you call him my senior?
Yes. He should be objectively disposed of this particular matter, not politically.
Stay on the issue.
I have been very objective in my analysis.
He's want to talk on the point of law.
Have you heard now? I want to objectively discuss my own point. It's as simple as that.
Discuss objectively, please.
One thing you should bear in mind that the Supreme Court decision did not criminalize the existence of caretaker committee.
Okay,
it's all right.
I stand to be corrected. Adams, you have read the judgment.
We didn't say it's a criminal offense. It's a call.
Okay.
It's a call.
Now, calling for an arrest connotes the existence of a crime.
Okay.
Are we? If we are all in agreement with that?
I'm not in agreement with you.
Valid argument.
Okay. Calling for an arrest of a particular person connotes a suspicion or the existence of an offense. If that is the case, what is the justification? Again, for you to come to equity, you must come with clean hands. he somehow refused to talk about the legality.
Don't refer to me.
I say he. I say he.
If you want us to make this monkey, I'm ready. If you refer to me again,
I said
I have the right of response.
I said
you have made a very plural argument right now. I gave you the opportunity. If you point to me again, you refer to me, I'll make it very monkey now for all of us. Two of us.
I allow you to talk, please.
No, you are interjecting me.
You are the one interjecting him right now.
Let him make his claim. Let him make your own.
Adams,
he was pointing at me.
Adams.
Don't bring me down to public whatever state may be okay.
Hear me now, Barrister Adams.
Listen to you, please.
It's like you're listening to me now.
Okay, let me listen to you.
Plead with you. When he said he didn't call name.
He pointed.
No,
I didn't even
by conduct. We have cameras here.
You're the one imputing.
By conduct. I saw the left hand move like this.
You see now. My hand. Whenever I talk, my hand is always.
Look at what he did.
Look at.
Please, he said he.
I said he.
If he insists, I know that Barrister Jamola today is itching for trouble.
We are ready.
If he insists,
you are judging without hearing from me.
No, you're not
ready.
So I'm not shading you behind your back.
Not even shaming. You are even touching my truth.
My point is this. If he insists and he goes in that direction, I will allow you your right of response.
That is if I mention his name.
No, thank you, sir.
If he goes in that direction, I will allow you your right of response.
Thank you very much, sir.
So I'll need you to allow him to flow.
Please, you can flow for 2 hours. I'm ready.
No, not 2 hours. We don't have 2 hours.
We don't have 2 hours.
Just few minutes, so we can look at some more stories.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Kelly, can I make an observation? It does appear that those who shout very well seem to have their way when you are around.
Jesus Christ.
It's okay, go on.
Enemies that loud.
Go on, please. Go on now, you don't want to go on again.
I started by saying the Supreme Court decision never criminalized the existence of caretaker committees.
But when the Supreme Court
to the extent that what I meant,
Sorry, when the Supreme Court says something is illegal,
yes,
what does it mean?
It means it ought not to be in the existence in the first place.
So that doesn't make it
a crime. A crime comes with a punishment.
Okay,
I'm coming.
But if someone were to enforce the order,
the enforceability lies with the federal government to withhold treasury.
Okay,
that is the point I want to make.
Okay, so if you want to continue to run it,
it's your business. A state government can decide to run caretaker committees of the various local government if it can finance. Just like what Tinubu did in Lagos during the time of Obasanjo. Obasanjo withheld Lagos funds. And Tinubu said, to hell with your money. And he saw that those LCDAs and various local governments existed throughout his tenure until the Supreme Court made a pronouncement to the effect that the federal government does not have the authority to even withhold their funds in the first place. That decision has not been set aside. It has not been set aside. So whether they have, and I was talking about those who come to equity must certainly come with clean hands. The hands of Amewule are so soaked with some, I don't want to mention some certain things that he cannot even open his hands to make the statement. He's not clean before equity because his status for now is still pending, is unknown.
Okay.
So allow those who have the proper unchallenged status, if they want to make statement, they should make. Right. He said he's quoted section 2. Okay, I said he, sorry. Someone made reference to section 280. He said all persons and authorities. Right?
Okay.
Now, I, as an individual, I can initiate the process of doing that. As an individual.
Okay.
How do I do it? I write to the proper authority to do so.
Okay.
But where there is an existence of a disobedience, Form 48 and Form 49, you put it at the screen. Some Form 48. Form 48 and 49 is there. Right? So the call by this assembly, in quote, to me is unnecessary.
All right.
They're moving forward. we should think more of Rivers people.
Okay, thank you. So I've not gone against your way now, have you?
No, you have not.
People will constantly accuse me of stuff.
So there is no need for...
The person that you put in the middle when you do your dance is Kelly. And then you put through your pandas.
Okay, you are not biased. You are very straightforward. In fact, you saw what you did today. You've been a very fair arbiter.
Wow.
You understand? Very unbiased.
This is so nice.
I'm telling you the truth.
We have to move on.
But let me tell you what happened.
Politicians, taking your time now. We have to move on.
I thought I wanted to say something. And you got you.
Only you quickly.
And I need to say this because when we sometimes begin to want to attempt to interpret the Constitution in ways alone that fits us, at a time, it raises question of whether or not we actually want to be fair to ourselves. We have 3 arms of government, all of us know, and each of these 3 arms have their clear rules.
That's it.
When they say all persons can ask for, when they claim authorities must have a locus.
Okay.
It is either you are asking for a thing, an interpretation as a person, or as an authority known by law.
Okay.
An authority known by law.
Okay.
In the circumstance of this questioning, there's a question on the authority of the persons.
Okay.
Raised by Dr.
Urainama.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
For you,
yes,
that process is self-executory.
Beautifully well.
That is for you.
Yes.
Right? But we also know that that matter is being challenged in court. Right?
No. Let me explain something because you raised something, and that's what I had requested when I talked before. I did say that to the extent of its self-executoriness, the meaning is that from the very fact point you made your claim of movement, you've lost your seat. I'm coming, sir.
Okay.
And that to that extent, it is you and you alone that have the power of dragging the courts.
Okay. So
I'm coming, sir, so that we get it clear. Of dragging the courts. But Adam, you can shake your head from today to tomorrow.
Go on, please.
Of dragging the courts, inviting them to come and say, no, this execution is wrong.
Okay.
And that this questionable group I'm talking about right now, up till this moment, have refused to. They are nearly walking around the subject.
Okay.
And that they have 2 options. One, go to the court for interpretation of your status.
Okay.
Cleanly, without getting any encumbrances. 2, come back for election and show to what extent you are actually popular.
So let me just add this. This is what you prescribe.
Yes.
The same way you prescribed in this studio, that if someone is accused of corruption, it is not the person who is accusing them to prove that they are corrupt. The person who is corrupt should come with proof that this is my status. You have no right to accuse me of being corrupt. Right? That is what you have suggested here. So for me, this is another suggestion. What I know for a fact is that this matter is being contested in court. If the court rules, maybe some people will be happy, some people will not be happy. But until there's a ruling from the court...
Am I coming from the analogy that you have given?
No.
From the analogy that you have given?
No. This is not up for debate.
No, I just want to make the difference between that of the corruption and the existence of this other one.
We'll continue to talk about this issue. We'll talk. We'll kill time on one issue over and over again.
But if you can give me just 1 minute.
I don't understand.
1 minute.
Don't you feel the exhaustion of... It seems like you're banging on a particular issue.
I don't know. You should stop making this irrelevant.
Kelly, you raised the topic.
No. He's reacting to this, so it's necessary to clarify.
That clarification to me,
if I have a duty.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Allow me perform my duty.
I agree. No one is interfering with that. We have not declared your seat vacant.
You cannot. His opinion remains his opinion. Your opinion remains your opinion. That is the fact of the matter. Can we move on?
Let's move on.
Thank you. Let's go to Dangote issue. The meeting yesterday, called by the Minister for Petroleum Resources Oil. I was when I heard the first that Lokobri had called for a meeting. I said to Lokobri that he's afraid to talk about NNPCL. But then it hit me somewhere that Lokobri is the political head of the Petroleum Ministry. So he may have been nudged by the president to do something about that issue. He may have been. I don't have a confirmation. So on that basis, I feel like, okay, Lokobri may be able to broker a truce between these parties, and let's see what happens. Is that the same feeling you have with the meeting of yesterday between the NMDPRA, NUPRING, NNPCL, Minister for Petroleum Resources, Oil, and Dangote? Mr. Ndikwe.
Kelly, I'll start by saying that Lokobri is the second head. Yes. The main head, I don't know who he is. But if it's happening like Chief Obasanjo, was it Chief Obasanjo or Buhari, then President Tinubu may be the president, the Minister of Petroleum. And of course, whatever Lokobri is saying is from him. Now, yes, he can broker up a truce between Dangote and all those other arms of government. You know, my position has been that it's federal government that is antagonizing Dangote. And that is still my position. Whether Lokobri comes out or President Tinubu emerges and then comes to broker the whole thing himself, the peace. The issue is, you see where it started. When they said Dangote has not got full license, for instance, it wasn't Emmanuel Ndukweza that they came for that license. They went to government institution that is relevant for such services, and they didn't give them. Or is it contained in any petroleum law act that maybe when a refinery is being built, they will give the license for, let's say, 45%, 60%, as the case may be, and then keep quiet? Nobody knew. If not that Dangote, because that's the side I'm supporting Dangote. Dangote came and said, for instance, they are in fact maybe cheating him and all that by not giving him all his dues. It is at that time that these people say, this man could rock the boat for us. So let's even go out and tell them that he hasn't full-fledged license. I don't like all these when somebody has wronged me. No, when somebody has said something I did, for instance, I'll look for a way to attack him, to square up against him. That's what I find government is doing. But if Lokobri has come out now and brokered the truce, the only thing I can say is that let's watch meticulously.
Okay.
The truce brokered by what's his name, Lokobri, and see how it will pan out. Because for me now, Dangote has also banged his fans at those who are antagonizing him. Because, you know, I have said he's a monopolist. I have said so. And there is no error in being a monopolist. He is a businessman that is looking for profit. Whether he took loans from banks and the government or government help him, whichever, but he is going to pay back. And so he has to make for that money and then pay back.
Okay.
So what I'm only saying is that all those things they are doing right now, I do not take them as anything until we watch and see where it will end.
Doctor, why are you going?
I think I want to start by saying that whether the junior minister will broker peace or truce depends on the political will. Depends on the political will of the present administration. Remember, the reason for this clash you have seen is a clash of interest. Dangote in the former administration was the golden child. And what you are seeing now is that, maybe that's my own opinion, is that there is a clash of interest. Those who, maybe the people who are in the good book of this administration may not be comfortable with the position of Dangote. There's no doubt that Dangote has been, I used the word before that Dangote has been favored by previous administrations. So for this one, it's possible that the people who are in this administration may not want him to continue to play that role. And that is what you may be seeing now. I heard in the news that Dangote had just started saying that some of his friends told him
the investment.
They are mocking at him, and he would have.
They're taunting him.
So the truth of the matter is that Buhari's administration favored him.
But
and this current administration
may
not want to give him that upper hand.
So, in other words, you don't take the meeting of yesterday.
It's possible for you to broker peace, but the question is you must have that political will.
Okay, you don't also see the meeting of yesterday as a show of that political will.
It's not. How will it? What you said is different from what you meant to. Somebody may say one thing and mean another.
So what if the government has stayed silent? That is, the government has stayed silent.
No, the government will not. Because Dangote cannot be wished away. The role of Dangote in Nigerian economy, you can't make say something. You just ignore it. A serious government will not ignore it.
Okay.
So that not ignoring it is different from the political will to ensure that justice is done in this case.
So what will be justice?
The justice is the role here was given in the former administration. Will this administration be willing to give him that role?
Would that be justice?
That depending, because at the end of it all, if there is a compromise, Dangote can take it. But if at the end of it all, the compromise is against his own interests, you think he will take it? That would be not justice. Depending if the present administration will want to arrive at a compromise. But I've told you that it is obvious that the current administration, or those who are interested in this administration, may not want to protect the 100% interest that Dangote was protected before.
Okay. Rashid Jamal, I know we have a short time, but you continue after the news.
Thank you very much. I should continue.
You will start now. You will continue after the news.
Okay. The truth of the matter is that Dangote seemed to have lost out of the center. You know, when Dangote started, up to the extent of crippling every other contender.
But Dangote is in the president's economic team.
It could be by virtue of the position he has found himself. The president just made him. There's what to call a shadow executive. We are aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's one of those shadow members.
Does it exist in Nigeria, in actual sense?
For companies, it does. Yes, they exist.
Government. We're referring to government.
Government can give you an appointment, even while sitting in that exalted office. They make your office so redundant. You cannot even do anything. Nothing is happening in your office, but the appointment is there.
Okay.
Maybe you earn your salary is alone.
Okay.
That being said, the previous government, right from the days of Obasanjo to Yaradua, Jonathan, Buhari, he enjoyed very good patronage from the government. You know, even in the building of that refinery, the Buhari's government invested a lot of money.
Well, they didn't invest any money.
To the extent that he said so.
Yes.
Yeah. But the federal government has some stake.
No, 20% stake.
Yes.
That they did not pay. That has reduced to 7.2% now.
That is his own claim.
And the federal government
that is his own claim.
They haven't counted it. They haven't counted it because they said.
What about the subsidizing the dollar for him to assess and have those
again? The challenge is that he got no favors.
No favor.
He got no favors whatsoever.
That was the cost of the dollar at the time.
And even I think it was CBN governor when Dangote was getting some of this access. The Emir of Kano right now, he has come out to say the same thing. That there were no favors granted to Dangote.
When he was getting this access was Mefule.
Okay.
Mefule now rested.
There was a window, Nabi.
Yes.
There were certain things that they provided Forex support for under Buhari's government.
But my question is, assuming without considering that those claims of Dangote were true, why it took him so long to speak then now? It took him so long when those statements were made available.
Dangote spoke when they did the official inauguration of the refinery.
That was during the days of Buhari?
Yes, he spoke during the official inauguration of the refinery. He talked about how much the government gave him, how much he has paid back, and how he's paying back. Dangote has been speaking on this refinery from then till now at different fora. He has talked about his challenges. He has talked about the gains he's making. Dangote has been giving some kind of transparency.
From whichever way you look at it, he enjoyed the patronage of the federal government.
That's what you think. So you want to assume that, no problem.
Okay, I assume that.
No problem.
And I believe so.
That
he enjoyed the patronage of the federal government.
Okay.
To the extent that he was still the good boy. But now a different government is in power.
Okay.
Those who know how to use power. Power. How did we get this power?
Okay.
They are eyeing at the oil industry.
Okay.
And who is now trying to monopolize the industry is Dangote.
Okay.
That has been the claim. Remember Dangote also, the rumor that Dangote said it should be the sole, what they call it, the one that will refine.
Let me plead with you. Let's go for the news. We're back in a moment. Okay, please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Politician and former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, has thrown his weight behind the Dangote refinery, advising the federal government to support the project rather than discourage it. In a series of posts on his verified X page, Obi said the Dangote refinery is purely an economic issue, not political. Obi noted that recent conflicts between Dangote refineries, Dangote Industries and some government agencies are deeply troubling, adding that the issue transcends political affiliations and personal grievances. Meanwhile, the Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Heineke Lopobri, and other stakeholders have held a meeting with the chairman and CEO of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, over issues surrounding the Dangote refinery. Dangote and Nigeria's regulatory authorities have been in dispute in recent weeks over the refinery located in Ijebu-Lekki area of Lagos State. It reached a new high when the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, said the government was yet to license the refinery for the commencement of operations. But as part of moves to resolve the issues, Lopobri and other players in the oil and gas sector met with Dangote. The Nigeria Labour Congress has called on President Bola Tinubu to invite the leaders of a planned nationwide protest over hardship in the country, asking him to also address the challenges facing the citizens. In a statement by the president of the NLC, Joe Ajero, Labour Union said, with inflation hitting 34.19% coupled with the hike in food and electricity tariffs, among others, there is a need for President Tinubu to address these challenges. Ajero stated that all Nigerians demand from their government is a listening ear and an empathetic heart. On the foreign scene, the billionaire founder of South Korean internet conglomerate Kakao has been arrested. He is being accused of manipulating stock prices during the acquisition of K-pop powerhouse SM Entertainment. Founded in 2010, Kakao has grown to be a sprawling empire and owns everything from a major online bank to South Korea's largest taxi-hailing app, plus Kakao Talk, and the country's biggest messaging app, which is installed on 90% of phones. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, we're back. Thank you for staying with us. Let me go straight back to return to Jamala.
I was saying that Dangote enjoyed the benefits of being good to the government to the extent that, yes, it was the first to be licensed that kind of project in Nigeria. Government assisted to the extent that, yes, it has come to a reasonable extent where production on some part of it has started. Now, if there is if the meeting called by Lopobri is something to go by, I think this wrangling between the Dangote as a company, Dangote Group, and that of the presidency is political to the extent that they are trying to reduce his influence with respect to some of the commodities he's in charge in Nigeria. There seem to be some other higher interests coming to invest in his already established line of trade. I think that is where the disagreement is coming from. And there will be no profit, no benefit from the meeting that called by, what is his name? Minister for State, Petroleum, Lokobiri. To the extent that whatever NNPC is doing, their spokesman, if you listen to them, most of them talk carelessly. There was one of them, he spoke and I say, you cannot come to the public to say that of Dangote, to the extent that you have even indicted
the quality of his product.
Not only the product, you have indicted the commission, the regulatory body, that it was only 45% thereabout a level of completion. Then you have not given him full approval, but this man has started dispensing.
But the process of certification is still ongoing.
I agree.
They say it has stopped.
The process of certification is in stages, but to the extent that the person has been licensed to dispense is on one side. I have an experience on those applications. That's why, to the extent that you have been given approval to dispense, that is almost at the peak of your licensing.
Okay.
So when you are a period of 2 years, for even these retail outlets, not to talk of a plant like that of the Dangote.
Right.
So if you look at it, the government interest is somehow in conflict with the interest of Dangote.
So you don't see anything
I don't see anything. The only truth that will come out from that meeting is to the extent that the powers of Dangote will be whittled down.
Okay. Dr. Iroinama.
I am particularly interested because this industry is the heartbeat of the nation. It is very funny when government people talk from two sides of their mouth. What we're seeing is the bigger secrecy of the industry. What is the bottom line of all of this? You want to control price. To control price means that you need to make an input. Why is everybody interested in Dangote refinery? First and foremost, because your refineries as a nation are dead.
Obviously.
That's the first reason. Otherwise, it would have been just part of a normal refinery that will do her business.
And even if we had multiple modular refineries functioning.
Well, the modular thing I've also told people.
I do, but at least if they were producing petrol, you won't be shouting so much about Dangote refinery.
Good, perhaps to some extent. Because again, the challenge for me with the modular refineries I've always asked is, where do you turn back the other byproducts? Where do you turn them into if you don't have the whole of that chain? Okay. So that's for me serious. But let's get back. The Nigerian government should tell us a simple truth. And the truth is, what is the crude supply status of our production? I'll take that again. We're producing crude. Because all they are fighting right now is a very simple question of, hey, every Nigerian is thinking that if I start producing and I supply locally, this will be the price. You are supposed to give me crude. You are not giving me crude. I am going outside to buy this. It will come with an economic implication
for the people.
That's the original root of the whole of this long story. Government is refusing to openly come out to the people to tell them that, look, we have sold this crude, even the ones that have yet to be produced, to XYZ years. And that the only way we can do anything, because they're already owing people, they need to tell us the simple truth. And the only way to do this is that we need to force extra productions
to meet the other quota.
To meet this demand. Because what you're finding here is, you said they exported crude to Indonesia while they also go there to get back, while he goes outside to get crude. You asked me when the Indonesian supply was paid for. Is it new?
You know, there's even another story which the NNPC, they are trying so hard to refute, that the NNPCL intend to borrow again from one company, but they're trying so hard to refute.
Is it? So they need to come out clean. And that's where Dangote is having the challenge. You want to control my price. I don't have a problem with you controlling the price. But you can't control the price, my price.
When I'm buying,
if I go outside to get this product. And some people who are armchair consultants are thinking that he can go to hell. And the man has said, if you want to take it, come on, less price and then you take the business. Because it's actually not necessary. exactly my own. When people shout about monopoly, one of the things I tell people is, I'm not sure anybody's hand was tied. Business is a risk that even business people calculate very well to get inside. And like all of us know, there are different kinds of street. But for actual business that's going to be productive, you can never tell what the policies of government will be. You can't tell what local communities will look like, particularly in a kind of our own country. So the entire thing is something that only those who have that strength in mind, as it were, will get into. And Dangote has shown that he's one of such persons who goes into things that ordinary people fear from going. We must be very careful. We are trotting the entire world, asking for investors to come. The way we treat existing investors will determine to what extent we will have the Nigerian government should be open to Dangote and indeed to Nigerians. This is the barrel of oil we are producing per annum, per month, per day, or whatever. This quantum is already sold out. They should tell Nigerians the simple truth. And for how many years we are still indebted, as it were. So that even Dangote can begin to plan and say, okay, and indeed Nigerians will prepare their mind that, okay, when Dangote's own comes, it will be, the only thing we may enjoy is that the product will be everywhere.
Be available.
Will be available from this date to this time, when government could be able to perhaps have another arrangement where there will be a complete quota defined that will come for Dangote. The issue why people shouted about subsidy was because government claimed, which also we believed, that the subsidy was overrated. What stopped government from using Dangote to do that kind of real subsidy? Give him the crude at X Naira of Nigeria, knowing what the value of that crude is outside, and then have a depot or whatever to say, Dangote, monthly or whatever, this is the volume from what we have given to you that will subsidize most.
So you can sell at this price.
You send to, let's even agree that the so-called ministry or whatever agency of government will be the one that will receive
the quantity.
Compulsorily. So Dangote will not need to sell to any Nigerian distributor as it were, where he will end up changing price or whatever, because it becomes a Nigerian property because it is a crude that was given. Countries that are not producing oil have the biggest reservoirs. We claim we are producing oil, we don't have a reservoir. As a country. So what really, this industry is shrouded with so much secrecy that for once, government must come out to tell us what is really happening.
Okay. Professor Adams.
All right, thank you very much. I think I somewhat agree with Doctor, the last speaker, on what he has said. Now, I was looking at all these things. The reason is because of the fact that when Dangote refineries started, there was a lot of support by conduct, from the Nigerian government. Because they found out that it is not very easy for private individuals to go into these ventures, like issue of railway, refining crude products, etc. refineries. It's very rare to see where you see private individuals coming into that particular business to establish, especially in Africa. It's more or less a monopoly of government. So when they granted Dangote this license, he started operation and started building, and government was motivated, to invest. Now, the reason why the Nigerian government had to invest was because of the fact that Section 16 sub 2C of the 1999 Constitution, they wanted to whittle down the powers of Dangote being a monopoly. So government had to take, I think, 17% shares.
20%.
20% shares. And in any venture of this magnitude, 20% shares is a very huge amount of whatever it may be. It's a massive one. If you even add another 10, you might be having control of the whole refinery, because there are those who bought 10, 15, 20 TC. So it might be
even 5.
Even 5.
2, 1,
yeah, so for
5.
you to have 20%, it's like you're a major shareholder in that particular company. Now, government had to go forward to do this. But you know what now happened? Government changed hands. When government changed hands to the Tinubu administration, Tinubu is a king in proxy war mongering. The president, with due respect, is a king in proxy war mongering. Let me tell you, the moment the president sneezes, there will be eruption somewhere. In the Senate, Undume, you saw what happened. He's been what? Now, according to Dangote was having everything fine and good until government had decided to downsize and reduce their investment. Why did you reduce your shares? Why should government reduce 20% shares that you acquired without us knowing? It was even Dangote that even had to hold during the question and answer. He said even your government has even reduced the shares to even 7% or a bit 7.2. So what happened that you reduce or whatever? Who divested? When you divested, who did you sell those particular shares to? Were they to individuals or to the Nigerian nation or the states? With that question is on that day discussion. So these issues were being raised. And the government, let me not personalize, the government of the day now saying that, look, this is a project that has taken so much from Nigeria. If you look at what happened, one of the reasons why Emefiele today is in detention is one of the allegations that he used state fund to support Dangote refineries. People have made that very wrong assumption. That is not completely true. What happened was this. Dangote had to source for foreign exchange using the Central Bank of Nigeria. And the foreign exchange Dangote source was in very large quantity. And the advisors of this particular government have said the reason why we're having shortage and we're having this rise in price or whatever is because of the fact that the exchange rate or foreign exchange that whatever that we have has been denudated, depleted, and as a result of one man depleting it to that level. So government, because the proxy what they play, they had to hide, not really knowing what to do. Instead of punishing Dangote, there was a time they even accused Dangote.
They raided his
farm. That he was working hand in hand with Emefiele, or he worked hand in hand with Emefiele to deplete the foreign treasury.
And yet we haven't found
a report. And we find no report. So they now found out who they can hold. The lesser one, they have to go and hold Emefiele, and they are punishing him. Now, look at what happened.
But sorry, you can't expect a project of $21 billion.
Yes.
To be sourcing 100,000.
That is what I'm saying.
In terms of forex.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And let me tell you, do you know that even the CBN could not even meet all the demands? They only gave Dangote licenses to bring in to meet up what is happening. So that's the reason why the dollar. They say that is why the dollar crashed. I don't know if you understand. Now let me just about go of time. You know what happened? At the end of the day, the government they've been looking for a way to nail Dangote. They have been looking for ways to nail that particular, because the government of the day, if it was Buhari, it would have been smooth sailing for Dangote. But this particular government, in my opinion, is that they saw that, this man they caused economic problem for us for Nigeria here. So how do we now cut him to size? That was why the NMDROA whatever came out from the blues. And so they're making insinuations that we didn't even license, we have not finished licensing the refinery. Even said that the crude, the diesel they are producing is of low quality. Is that not the marketing of your own, whatever the case may be? If you demarket a federal agency, or even the presidency, if I go and demarket the presidency here, Bayo Nanuga will be on my neck because I'm demarketing the presidency. Okay. So why should they demarket Dangote on that thing? That is, they created an eruption.
Okay.
Dangote now opened up. When he now opened up, he now made another statement again, saying, let me tell you, that he requested for crude, for refining, or whatever the case may be, but Nigeria is not supplying. So they now say, he won't open our yash again, because the crude oil market in Nigeria here.
Words, please.
Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry. That he is, the crude oil market, whatever the case, he wants to go into that now, because that has been a very murky and cloudy area of a transaction NNPC.
Okay.
So they are now trying to say, if we give this, if we don't clip his wings now, he's going to reveal more. Nigerians are now asking, if you cannot supply a local refinery crude oil, why are you supplying to other countries aside of exporting it? But somebody here for our needs days. So these are the issues surrounding all these things.
So the meeting by Lopobre, what did you?
But the meeting by Lopobre is just a cosmetic. We call it a smoke screen.
Okay.
It's a smoke screen.
Okay.
To deceive us, hoodwink us.
Before we move to the next issue, I'd like to ask a general question. I do know that Dangote is in business already. He's exporting his products to other countries. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We continue to fight him. He's exporting to countries that are willing to buy. His channels are there. The seal routes, all of those things are there. In fact, the location of the refinery is so prime that he has access
to the world,
to Europe and the world. So the same way he's importing, he's exporting. If he gets the crude from other parts of the world, right, and they're putting those margins, he would factor those margins into the price that he will sell to Nigeria.
Of course, sir.
We do not have refineries.
Yes.
Dangote monopolist or not, with our current petrol and energy crisis, who is going to be the biggest loser? Mr.
Okay, sorry.
I think Nigeria will lose in this case because he is doing business with the outside world. And of course, if he asks Nigeria, it will be a plus to him. But if Nigeria makes it impossible for him to add it, he could easily leave Nigeria and then concentrate on that. However, leaving Nigeria will be practically difficult for him. Remember, that's his power base as far as this industry is concerned. Now, how can he do to make sure that he maximizes his profit? Because I have said, being a monopolist or not, which I believe he is, and he's questing to become complete one.
Okay.
He should have the soft landing at Nigeria. Let him do all he can to make sure that the water will be comfortable for him to swim in Nigeria as well as abroad. Because if Nigeria becomes hot for him, there's a way. No individual, no matter how powerful, you can fight government. I know what I'm saying.
This is what I'm asking. Yeah, they haven't barred him from selling his products in Nigeria.
Thank you. That's where I'm going to.
He's
now.
just talking about the challenges he's getting with getting crude, the feedstock. That's what all this is about.
You should have allowed me to finish because I know where I'm going to.
I mean, I'm looking at time. There's another issue, so I need quick response.
Well, it's all right if you don't want me to go to that extent. All I know is that if Nigeria is given the challenges blossom so much in Nigeria that it becomes difficult for him, it will also be a minus for him, even though he's transacting abroad.
Okay. Dr. Waigwe.
Your question is, who is going to be the
biggest
loser? The biggest loser will be Nigerians.
Yes.
I'm not talking about Nigerian government.
The masses.
The masses will be the biggest, and that is the whole thing. And we have been the ones suffering this thing. Monopoly. When you talk about the petroleum industry, remember that is the highest level of corruption. That's where you get the highest level of corruption in Nigeria. So who is going to be the biggest loser in this will be the masses, because at the end of it all, it will still be that Dangote will not miss anything. If at all, he will maybe miss some. But at the end of it all, you still see him, he will still be making profit. He has to export. But at the end of it all, the price of fuel, the price of diesel
at the pumps.
Yes, the final consumers will be the ones suffering it. And Nigerian government that has a responsibility to make sure that this comes down will not do anything, because those who are in government still have their interest.
All right.
I think it's a battle the federal government should tread with caution. To the extent that, yes, where the two elephants fight, the grasses suffer. The grasses here are the masses. But the masses have a way of affecting the government. It may not affect Dangote. It will affect Dangote to the extent that he can only be frustrated out of business. Because I read in the morning somewhere where he has even asked that government should buy him out of this. So somehow he's beginning to lose interest in all these so-called investment in Nigeria. leading us to the mockery by associates of Dangote's. If Dangote pulls out of this completely, or if the government frustrates his activities to the extent that now we're beginning to buy fuel 800 and something naira, very soon it will get to 1,000. In Nigeria, we have this long patient, is it called it long suffering? These gifts of long suffering. Now, the government is afraid of just a protest in the air. We don't know if it is. We don't even know those who planning it, but they're afraid of a gathering of the youth may snowball to something else. Now, the fears are being built inside. It will get to a time when it will, on its own volition, blow out.
Okay.
And that will affect the government. So if the government is sincere in addressing this issue squarely, yes, let's see how we can protect the interests of those who genuinely want to join the business. Because I will not also support that one man monopolizes the entire production sector in Nigeria.
Okay.
What we have experienced in cement alone is enough.
Okay, so one argument I hear about this monopoly, like Mr. Ndiko wanted to go there before I interjected, would be some of the things that he has said. He has talked about being able to meet our domestic need and to still export. He has talked about that, and that clearly suggests monopoly. That's one of the things that NNDPRA, they were kicking against, that you cannot say we should stop importation of this product just because of a refinery. That's another argument NNDPRA they are making. But we talk about what importing does to our forex reserves. If with the Dangote refinery, right, we're no longer importing refined petroleum products, we source it locally, we raise the value of the naira. Isn't that correct? We raise the value of the naira. That's on one hand. The second hand will be, while those that are agitating that they should be allowed to import, continue to import, the percentage that they are importing, what percent of our need is it actually meeting? For me, these are the things I like to weigh and say, okay, this one is a monopoly. Can we effectively check this monopoly? Can we effectively check it? If we can't effectively check it, what can we do? Are the benefits of this monopoly more to our economy and our masses than it's against? I don't know. These are some of the arguments I try to interrogate myself when I have these conversations. You should respond? Okay. Doctor.
First issue is monopoly. Why monopoly? Let's answer that simple question. Monopoly, in real sense, is that somebody is
alone,
blocking you,
preventing
you from entry. So the question I usually ask is, who are those that are willing to enter into refining as at today that have been bad? We want to be careful.
There may be many of them.
Who want to know them? Where have they been? The market is open. It's a simple government regulation thing. That's not the issue. They should stop throwing a kite. It's like you want to kill the dog, and then you give it a name. Because if you know that name, you won't need to do what you think you're doing. Our challenge is usually very simple. And I said before, the truth of the matter today is that government has sold out her production.
Okay, let's come to my question. Let's come to my question. For time's sake.
Now, get to your question. Who loses? The man that is going to lose is the common man. And these politicians have no business with the common man. They are also all interested in what they'll get out of it. I'll take you back to when a person just sold the refineries here. That was supposed to come to Dakot. That original place was supposed to have been cited. What was the real truth? The truth was that government, both local and national, wanted certain things. And to put some of them that are the politicians into certain areas without bringing a dime. In all of those arguments that he left, that somebody called and offered a place. And like I said, the Lagos State government
offered him land.
Well,
he paid for
it. But it was a good bargain. As against the kind of bargain that was elsewhere. How do you encourage business? To encourage business means that you need to do certain things to allow them security, provide certain things at certain reasonable. Look, a businessman came into business with a pure business plan. His biggest headache is do not disrupt the plan, because the feasibility of that plan had been calculated, if you ask me. He knows when he's going to break even, if he's going to break even. He knows how he has intended. So what he guides against is anything that will do disruptions.
Mm-hmm.
If government is sincere, and I keep saying this, if government is very sincere, subsidies are paid everywhere in the world. But it is how subsidy is managed. And we ran into a problem of how subsidy in Nigeria was managed.
Okay.
Where people were actually not giving anything,
okay,
yet getting so much. And we're saying this is an opportunity. And if you encourage it, even those that have been afraid of getting into the business will come.
So
to break monopoly simply means creating better conditions for others to enter.
So the biggest losers in this case will still be the masses.
And that government do not have the masses at heart.
Vice Adams, the same question, please.
The same question is that, let me pungently put it. The masses will be the ones to suffer and bear the brunt. That is the truth of the matter. But how do we resolve this? Why is government stiffening the space, to fight monopoly? If you look at what has been going on, ranching, for instance, in the livestock business, if you open up that particular business and create environment for people to own ranches all over the country, what is going to happen is that these Fulani cattle rearers will not migrate again and have business to do. But somebody somewhere, a group of people somewhere are preventing this from happening. Instead of opening the space like Russia did, what they call perestroika and glasnost openness, they are rather closing the gap.
Okay,
that is what is happening. So in Nigeria today, finally on this, why are we discussing Dangote today? If the modular refineries that government said they gave licenses to a lot of people to open up modular refineries, the essence of building modular refineries was to open up the space so that nobody will have the monopoly. What has happened to modular refineries in Nigeria?
They will not give them crew too.
You understand the point? So it means some people somewhere were stiffening it so that to be to their own advantage. Otherwise, Dangote will not be what we'll be discussing today. It would have been just one of the refineries we have in Nigeria today.
Let's go to opinion poll. I asked a simple question online. Looming protests, Nigerians are angry. NLC tells Tinubu, and I asked a simple question: do they really know that Nigerians are angry, or this is just talk? Is this just talk? Going by the antecedents of the NLC in recent times, do they really know, or perhaps they just need to make a statement because people are talking? Vice Jamala.
I think I will answer you directly. They know that Nigerians are angry.
They know?
Very, very well.
Oh.
They can feel the pulse. Nigerians are angry.
They're angry.
Very, very angry. Yes.
And yes, they had the kind of negotiation they did with the labor minimum wage, with all the noise that they made.
The noise is just labor is a segment, like we discussed in one of those employed. They're just a segment of it.
Okay.
Like this minimum wage, how many persons will they affect? Remove the extent that how many will directly affect? No, they have families, so it will go to yes. But how many are they going to receive this minimum wage increase?
How many of the workers use cars? How many of the workers cars? How many of the workers are affected by the cost of diesel?
Everybody is affected in one way or the other. But
how much noise have we had?
You made a comment the other day. If labor leaders wanted to have a seat or handshake with the president,
apparently.
Yes, because even the National Assembly, some members are even suggesting 100,000 only for the leadership to go and 7,000, and that ends the struggle. The other items they listed in that their so-called notice of protest, of strike. We've jettisoned is the talking about the banding.
The hike in electricity tariff for per day.
They did not.
So if you look at all of those antecedents, so do they really know that Nigerians are angry?
So what labor did on that day is not the true representation of the masses. Those who even planned the protest is not even labor members. That is the point. So whatever labor did, yes, they have the right to negotiate for their union. But the masses, those who do not belong to labor union, are the ones that the federal government is afraid of. That's why you see them coming with so many stories.
Is this statement in itself a show that we feel what you feel? Or this is a statement that says, make it be said we follow talk?
The statement is not in all true conscience a show of the fact that they actually feeling the plight of the masses.
Vice Adams.
It's a political talk.
Okay.
You see, for me, the government presently, they know that the Nigerian situation, the economy of Nigeria is in shambles. But they pretend that they don't know that the effect of that cataclysmic, ordination is that the people are suffering. Why am I saying this? You see, a man whose benevolent spirit has broken his palm kernel for him does not know what it means to labor, to eat. So when you get to that Aso Rock, I don't know what blinds them there. They will speak and do whatever they like. It takes me back to what Mario Cuomo said, that politicians, especially the Nigerian politicians, do what? Campaign in poetry, but govern in prose. They campaign with very sweet words, very sweet everything. But once they enter there, it becomes a different ball game altogether. The Nigerian situation is this. We don't need a sorcerer. We don't need Nostradamus to tell government that people are suffering. But they pretend as if they don't know what is happening.
On labor statement.
On labor statement, I say that I agree with them. Is that what they are saying? They should dialogue or maybe negotiate with the people?
No, Nigerians are angry.
Yes,
is this a rabble rouse or?
It is not. It is not.
It's not a rabble rouse.
It's not a rabble rouse.
You mean labor feel what Nigerians are feeling?
I don't believe me my own system. I know as I sit down on the 1st of August, I know what I'm going to do.
No, my question is, I'm not talking about the protest.
Okay.
Does labor, by their antecedents, feel what Nigerians are feeling?
No, the labor leaders don't use labor because the labor.
What we're referring to labor, we're referring to the leaders.
The leaders, yes, they don't.
Joe Ajaero.
No, Ajaero and his labor, gang. For me, they don't even know what we are going through. You understand? Because they dine and wine with the noblesse.
Okay.
And they have all that they want at their disposal.
Okay.
They only mount it by way of sanctimony and playing to the gallery when it gets to all these kind of issues. Right. Otherwise, I'm telling you that once that particular whatever starts, that they already have their flights waiting for them at the airport. Steaming in case there's violence, they'll just zoom up the country. I'm telling you,
Dr. Waigwe,
they don't feel it.
I think labor, entire labor and the leaders, they know, but they care less.
Oh, they care less
because of their vested interests. If anybody tells you that the labor leader the executive committee entirely doesn't know, that person is lying. But they know. But when it comes to paying the price, and that's the whole essence of leadership. Who are we there to protect? Whose interest? If they understand that we are there to protect the interests of the masses, and that is the bottom line, then. But if their life is threatened, they will jettison the interest of the people to preserve themselves and to preserve their interests. They know, but they don't have the wherewithal. All it takes to protect that interest. And they can compromise at any point in time, just so to make sure that.
Dr. Irainama.
Your question.
Should I repeat it?
You can, so that I can answer it well.
Well, Nigerians are angry. NLC tells Tinubu, and I'm asking, we look at this statement, measure it by the actions of labor. Can we say that this statement is a true reality that labor says, we understand that you people are angry, we feel the pain that you're feeling, or perhaps everybody is talking about this protest. Obi just spoke about it now. So they too are now coming out to release the statement.
Their statement is how they feel.
Okay.
Your question is presupposing a rule for labor that labor is not meant for.
Really?
Get the Trade Union Act and find out the role of labor.
Okay.
It's to protect her workers.
To protect her workers.
And not the Nigerian populace.
Okay. So, but the workers are part of the populace.
Beautiful. And to that extent, what is the antecedent? That somebody secured from 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira, you said he has not made an effort?
Well, in light of the present realities, where a lot of persons have also argued, I've also argued that 70,000 naira is not going to scratch anything.
What is the state of the economy? What is the state of the economy that is offering 70,000 naira?
How would we know?
You don't know what you produce?
How would
Please come to the company.
No, how would I know when the governors? I'm looking every day. I see the president.
The governor.
One moment.
Just 1 minute. So you don't make this mistake.
No, 1 moment. Every time I see the president come out, I see that escalate. That my ears tickle. My whole hair is excited. How much is that vehicle?
How many persons work for the government in the country?
How would I know?
That's what I'm saying.
That's no calculation for me to make.
No,
Think about as the president. One moment, sir. As the president told us that he was unable to travel because there was no Jet A1 fare.
What they were bargaining for, was it only for government workers? If it is, fine and good, they can ask for 1 million naira. If what the president is using is equivalent to it, they can ask for 1 million naira and perhaps pursue it and get it. But I'm asking a simple question. The law in question that we are pursuing, was it just meant for government workers or for real sector persons?
Well, there is even another argument. How many of the private sector can even pay 70,000 naira?
That's the challenge. So if they then decide to, that's the challenge.
Okay.
If they then haven't asked for 250,000 naira, if they then come down to a mid-level and achieve something for me that is far higher than 100%, and then you say that's an antecedent of people who do not know that people are suffering.
Just suppose that to the argument for, let's review the hike in electricity tariff, which they threw up one time. What has happened with that? Nothing.
To what extent is that a labor?
One moment.
No.
One moment. Doctor.
Getting you back to.
Doctor.
Yes, sir.
If it's not in the purview of labor,
good,
to advocate for those things, yes, labor shouldn't have raised it in the first place.
That's what we told you from day one. You had the strikes. I have told you that part of the things labor had been fighting
why
for.
Did labor raise it?
Not busy. They just wanted your support. That's what they wanted to do.
Okay, they wanted our support. So it's a foul reach. So they needed to deceive us.
The law states clearly what labor can ask for.
Dr. Ranama. So labor deceived us.
If that's what you want to say.
But that's
the same way your politicians.
So labor deceived us.
The same way your politicians are deceiving you.
They are against the hike in electricity tariffs. They deceived us by telling us that the government should make sure the refineries are working. And you are saying that all of these things are not in the purview of labor to do anything about.
For mention the will.
Oh, for mention the will.
For mention the will. They will support you. Take for instance, this so-called protest you're seeing.
Yes.
Most probably you see labor behind. But labor cannot front it.
Oh.
The same way you supported them perhaps in their so-called strike agitations. For this protest you're seeing now, I can assure you, you will find labor. Because they want you from time to time the same way you want them.
Okay, so in the same vein, is this statement not to deceive Nigerians?
It's not deceiving.
To say we stand with you, Nigerians, as you go out to protest.
They are, of course, you said they are Nigerians.
It's deceit, in my own opinion.
I want to. Is yes. Part of the
are you a labor union?
I said for me, it's a deceit. The Joe Ajero Labour Congress is not to be trusted. It's a deceit. You know what? They want to hijack that mass movement and now go and negotiate for us. That is why they are saying that people should look at what is going on now.
I'm
sorry. People can vaccine now, but people should negotiate. Labour is now saying that it's better that the president negotiate with the mass. Those who are sponsoring the whatever case may be. So what should call negotiation into this?
They're going to settle.
They'll just see the NLC and God General will say we are representing you people.
I think we should have them.
You understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Please,
they will not go there now. And Ajero will say yes. We have agreed that CNG buses that they promised since last year. They're rolling them out. This is labor. It's been increased now to 80,000 naira, as the case may be.
Okay.
I mean, it's all bundle of deceit.
Let's open the phone line so we can take some reaction.
I thought you discussed the proposed 6 trillion budget.
No. I don't have the time.
6 billion.
6 trillion.
6.12 trillion. 0810700000951. Phone lines are open. 60 seconds. Make it count. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
I greet everybody in the studio.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, let me comment on Mr. President. Listen to Nigerian cry. Yes, I agree with Labour. Even though Labour, their own, they also betrayed Nigeria. But what matters now is the generality of the country. Mr. President, please, if you are subject, Nigeria, please listen to them. Go and repair Port Harcourt refinery. Don't promise us again that next month it will work. At the end of the day, it will not work. Repair Kaduna refinery and worry and build more. The major problem now is the day you will say the subsidy has gone. That is where we enter this coma. Please bring us back to Jonathan era. We need food, sufficient food in our country so that the people of the country will praise you. If you don't do that, I don't think 2027 it will remain there. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you so much for reaching out. So there's this report I've been skipping for some reason. Speaking of Labour and NLC, I heard electricity workers are threatening a showdown with PHED. Let me quickly get to that report. Saw this report early this morning. So what's beeping? This is beeping. Why is this beeping? I've turned it off now. Just give me a moment quickly. Let me just get this report from the petroleum sector. Yeah, there you have it. MD CEO Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company, number 1 Moscow Road, Senior Staff Association of Electricity and Allied Companies, 14-day ultimatum to immediately sign PHED reviewed condition of service and pay remittance of retirement pension or face industrial action. Well, it's signed by Comrade Innocent Lord Douglas as Deputy General Secretary, South and Southeast of the Senior Staff Association of Electricity and Allied Companies. I'm directed by our national leadership to issue you a 14-day ultimatum starting from today to immediately schedule a date to sign the PHED reviewed condition of service as a working document within these 14 days on notice. The PHED condition of service review committee completed its assignment since October 2023, and as such, your management has been operating with an expired condition of service. The implication for this is that you cannot enforce disciplinary action on any staff with an expired condition of service. And of course, you are aware that condition of service is a deed, a constitution that is drawn to guide the working relationship between employees and their employers. And your continuous refusal for it to be signed as a working document, despite all our entreaties, leaves much to be desired 10 months after the condition of service was reviewed. Hence the notice of a showdown. All right, that ultimatum. Okay, let's move on. Phone lines, we're back to the phone lines. Let's continue taking your reactions. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I greet your guest.
Please go on.
Thank you from Port Harcourt. Yeah, Kelly, before I proceed, I would like your guest to do justice to it. Please, to educate us, we are the young. The implication of selling our oil or possibly our crude oil in a year advance. What is the implication? We need to be educated on that. And for Dangote, federal government or APC government or NNPC accusing him of monopolizing the system. Dangote also cried that his friend told him not to invest this refinery in Nigeria. And he decided to go ahead. Possibly he believes that the ladder he used in climbing to the highest level today will still remain at that ladder. But today I want to assure Dangote that, look, what you are reaping now is what you sow. But it may not be your fault. It may be the government as at the past.
Okay.
Looking at what people have passed through in the hands of government. We have people who are invested and their business has been crumpled, like Ibeto Smith, poor, Eagle Smith and Rock and Ross of them. Where are they today?
All right, that's your time.
Them because of Dangote influence.
Thank you. That is your time. Thank you so much for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly and others in the studio. Martin Amewule group calling for the arrest of CTC is just expressing their frustrations because there are other states, including APC states, still operating CTCs, and we're not hearing noise from there. The Supreme Court judgment is not express, and there can't be a vacuum, and the states must be given time to conduct elections. Best Port Harcourt. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning to you, sir. Please go on.
Yeah, my name is Andy, the self-appointed special advisor to the governor on local government matters. Kelly, it's unfortunate. I want to remind Dangote that he's trying to negotiate on how the federal government and the NMPTL will be giving him crude. Let me tell him that we here, we the masses here, we are agitating for rice, for beans, for petrol to come down. I think this is the time for everybody to carry his own property or his own matter on his head. Let Dangote not tell the world. Let him not tell Nigerians. We don't want to hear. What we want to hear is anything that will benefit the masses. So any other person that is coming to tell us, Dangote, all they are doing is just to make us not to fall on the protest that want to take on the next few days.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much for reaching out. Perhaps when fuel gets to 1,500, you understand what we're talking about. You think I just like to talk about one man's private business? Good morning, Kelly. My name is Joe. I thought the Supreme Court has outlawed CTC. I'm just asking, because we don't know the laws to obey or not in this country, in this now. How can Supreme Court outlaw CTC and governors are keeping them and the AGF is keeping quiet? I think they've messed up that judgment, but the CTC chairmen are doing great empowerment in the grassroots. But you can't do that through illegal means now. So the assembly may be right. All right, Joe, thank you for reaching out. We're still taking calls, by the way. Appears only one line is ringing. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, Mufasa on the line.
Please go on.
To your paradise guest in the studio.
Good morning.
Kelly, let me start by saying that the call by Martins and his group for the arrest of the CTC chairman, for me, I think that call is dead on arrival. I believe that even Martins himself understands he doesn't have the local standard to make such demands. What I would have expected Martins at this material time is for him and his group to start preparing for a re-election anytime INEC call for a by-election to fill the vacant space that they have left behind by taking that decision to dump the party that gave them, the sponsorship to become lawmaker in the first instance. And as for Dangote, there's an adage that says that if crocodile can eat his own eggs, what can it not do to the flesh of its tool? My brother, do you know the implication of what the government is doing to Dangote? Foreign investors are seeing what we are doing to our own. And at the same time, we are expecting them to come into our space to invest their money. They will not, because for them, they will see that the environment is hostile for anybody to come and do business.
All right, Mufasa.
Whatsoever the government intends to achieve by seeing what they are doing is not helping our economy.
Okay.
That is the plain truth. And
Thank you. That's the much you can take. I haven't give you more than 60 seconds. Good morning, Kelly and members of the panel. Arrest Fubara CTC chairman, the Honorable Martin Ameole Assembly, really disturbing the peace of River State. The last time I checked, Honorable Martins and his group have all lost their seats as lawmakers. RESEC in River State has already fixed local government council elections for October 5. People should not take them serious. Wanate Clinton West, thank you. Some more calls, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning to you. Wellington, please go on.
Hello.
Wellington, please go on. We can hear you.
Let me quickly talk about Dangote. I want to ask the government, the single-led presidency government, or whatever language, because I'm not really happy. Do they have people who formulate policy for them in terms of business? I don't really understand this back and forth with Dangote, DPR, saying there is no crude, is important crude. This thing can be checked. But if they don't know, if you go to the studio and borrows those men, they can formulate policy for them. Therefore, I don't know what is wrong with people. If we have a protest, on them to
Wellington, very, very poor signal. I thought I could just stay on it a bit and make out some of the things you were saying, but signal really, really poor. Good morning, panelists in the house. Antonio Kocha Mewule, always in the news as an opposition. It's to strengthen the governance or government of Governor Fubara in politics. They know what they are doing. All things work together for good. Engineer Soki. All right, thank you, Engineer Soki, for reaching out. More calls, so just a few now. Today 95.1, good morning.
Thank you, Sir Kelly.
Hi, Madam Dota from Gukana, please go on.
Thank you, sir. I want to quickly look at the situation from the Supreme Court with what the Assembly members are calling for, and to say that except there is something they have not told us, if they have
told us that what the Supreme Court says is usually final, and it is final, then the caretaker chairmen are in contempt. Madam Dr. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly and the analysts in the studio. If the federal government wants nationwide protests to be aborted, let them reverse all the unpopular policies made since the years down the line. APC usurp power. Okay, they should reverse their policies. Thank you, Gerald Emeka. Let me take another call. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Once again, Emeka from Owerri.
Emeka, go on, please. Let's hope the network is fair to you today.
You see, I want to manage this Dangote issue with what transpired during MKO. June 12th, people are talking about. They just ended their history on June 12th. What happened in 1991, 1992, before even that June 12th? How Abiola emerged as a presidential candidate. See, every day is for the thief, one day is for the owner. Nobody can rule out the monopolization of sentences of Dangote. Let us not rule that out. So today, just like one of your guests said there, that he has been gaining favor from previous government till today. Now, people have turned against it. I want to believe that people must have said something, the game plan of this man, before they are fighting. Otherwise, even him as a people need a good time in his government to produce a 1 hour speech. Let us have it 12. But I'm sure that more to the work because they see that most of us cannot see.
Okay. They allowed you off real good, though. They actually allowed you real good, and then towards the end, started wobbling. All right, but Emeka, thank you. Good morning, presenter. Let me look at the following. Dangote buying product is a welcome development because that is what Nigeria is made up of now. Sorry. Amewule Assembly and Okojambo Assembly should work hard. Rivers people are solidly with both of you. CTC chairman across the state is performing well. No amount of threat should distract them. CTC chairman of Ahoda East, Honorable Happy Bennett, security project is the best. He should remember his maternal home, Ubio community. Honorable Ojikbo Felix, ASLT. Thank you for reaching out. I'll do a final call. Yes, I'll do a final call. We have two stories to look at. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly Nejima.
Morning, please go on.
Yeah, my name is Diman Kelly. I greet every of my brothers there in the studio. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Kelly, you know that honestly, it is done to me now that this Amewule group and their master in Abuja, they thought they were the owner of River State. They thought they can just wake up the police should arrest the CCC chairman. They will have blocked the expenditure of River State. These people really be fall down. That means it has been in their mind that the whole River State, they can do anything as against the millions of the remaining River people. My dear, I just want to let you know that if we thought the own River State, Amewule, you don't own River State. Your guy in Abuja does not own River State. River State belongs to all of us. Any River person that is even 1 day old, that as long as that person has been born into this earth, is the same right that he or she has, that you have, that person also has. We all own River State. It does not
Thank you,
Diman.
Final message from WhatsApp now. Good morning, Kelly. The former LJ chairman Tenek finished. The governor appointed CTC. If they should arrest them, who will now be in charge of the LGA councils? These people don't really want good for Rivers people. These people will do everything to bring River State down. What Rivers people need at this time, prayers. Micah from Port Harcourt. I have to leave WhatsApp now. Let me go to the traditional SMS portal. I'll race through just some comments. Hi, Kelly. The unstaked manly activities of a Mewule-led drama group is no longer funny, but an embarrassment to democracy and their personalities. Are they now the enforcers of the Supreme Court rulings by directing the police to arrest CTC members in the state, while over 18 state CTC members have not been arrested? Since politics have become their profession, they should remember that a day of political reckoning will come. Thank you for reaching out. A few more. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Martin and his group of friends should hide their face in shame. Martin and his committee of friends should know that there are no more assembly members. Harry, thank you for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly and others in the studio. Arrest caretaker chairman. Anywhere you see them, Martin Amewule and his friends should stop Disturbing Rivers people, are they not tired of all these reckless and irresponsible display yet? Ego from Oibo, thank you for reaching out. Hi Kelly, the call by Mebule and his colleagues for the arrest of CTC is like sailing against the tide. They should give up the fight and exit the stage honorably. Mr. Lucky, thank you for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly. A domestic or housemate that the employer feeds, accommodates, takes care of medical and other needs of the mates. Would that person be paid 70,000 naira minimum? Elder, good question. Okay, hi Kelly. Please just to inform us, to the best of my knowledge, the last amended labor law under Goodluck Jonathan puts the minimum staff you can have to pay at 40 and above. I think it's less than 40. Secondly, please, I would like to know who funds Martin Ameule-led House of Assembly, their salaries, allowances, logistics, media, and the rest of them. Because as far as I know, though I stand to be corrected, the governor is no longer giving the House of Assembly led by Ameule money from federal allocation, Dan Demola. I think you're right. Who is funding them? We don't know. But they have money now. They are big boys. Are they not big boys? Somebody says there are graduates working in presidential hotel as cleaners, washing plates, receiving 35,000 naira salary. Israel, 35k salary. Wow, that's more than a presidential hotel. But if they lose the job now, they get into the market. Okay. Good morning, distinguished panelists. To me, I think the press in River State, they are giving this group much popularity to operate. I love the press in our sister Western states. They would have snubbed them. Humble City. Go there now. Go to our sister states and find out. Good morning to you and the panelists in the studio. Martin Ameule and his team are just trying to console themselves by dishing out irrelevant directives. And it's because Wike keeps giving them false courage that they are doing the right thing. Well, it's quite unfortunate. Max from Rumokoro. 2 more messages from WhatsApp and we're out of here. Greetings, Kelly. The call by Martin Ameule and his group of friends to arrest Caretaker Committee Chairman is laughable because himself and his friends, they are aware that they are no longer Assembly members and have no right to issue such statements. The River State Traditional Rulers Council are happy with the leadership style of Governor Fubara. The era of telling our respected traditional rulers to stop shaking their heads has gone. All right, thank you for reaching out. Did I get your name at the beginning? Somewhere at the end. Oh, thank God, Ability Atwebu. Okay, thank you. Martin Ameule did not read. Supreme Court says when a lawmaker defects, he loses. Okay, Chinedu, Port Harcourt, thank you for reaching out. Good morning, panelists and Kelly. Rascality of some people in the name of assembly is becoming unbearable and needs to be called to order. Supreme Court. The judgment of the Supreme Court in recent times has kind of overriding the Constitution, and it's very dangerous to this country because of interest, and it could be counterproductive in future. Mr. Dennis, thank you for reaching out. Final message, traditional SMS portal. If an order of court is disobeyed, please, sir, is it for the court clapped and sing for them, or calls for the arrests for disobeying the orders? I thought Martin's legality is being challenged in court. Why don't we allow the courts to take the decision before you decide the matter? Jude, thank you. I have to leave here. Let's go to Facebook. Look at X. It's already 4 minutes now past 11. So Facebook real quick. I saw some comments earlier, so let's quickly go back there. See how many we can read. Just a few. Randomly, Chama Kinstawolu, those men do not have the moral right to speak for us because they have disappointed Nigerians so many times. NLC don't know that our refineries aren't working. Sime Ogo, good morning, presenter. Please tell Ajero he's not the spokesman. When we expected him to fight for Nigerians, he rather fought for his belly. Nigerians will show Tinubu that they are not happy with him in this upcoming protest. Okay. You say it's going to be peaceful. That's what you said. It's going to be peaceful. Sam Chibuzo, good morning, everyone in the studio, more especially Chief Ogaima. They don't know what to say because if they knew, they will feel guilty for all the shame and anguish they have brought to us. Protest is the only thing this government knows, so we'll give it to them without mayhem. Okay? All of you are saying peacefully. Sam Chibuzo. Don Periski says, protests have never solved the problem in Nigeria because the ruling fortune class see public offices as their inheritance. Austin Chinedu, let's wait for it. Soon, everyone will understand that truly power belongs to the youth. Enough is enough. Okay. Godwin Agwonwo says, it's just mere talk, so that the people who say that they are trying nothing, that nothing will come out. Okay. And then lastly, Christian Wogu, what exactly do you want NLC to do? NLC has a statutory mandate to fight for the welfare and good wages for workers who are its members, not for all Nigerians. Suffering Nigerians should organize themselves and agitate for their rights and stop waiting for scapegoats. Okay. Some of the reactions to opinion poll there. Looming protests, Nigerians are angry. NLC tells Tinubu, and I ask the question, does NLC know that Nigerians are angry or this is just talk? And then second one, Nigerians have to make sacrifices for country's growth. It's simple truth. Atiku Bagudu is speaking there. Second question, should these men tell you about making sacrifices, or he has clearly said what is truth? So some of the reactions there. General Post this morning, Newton Ekere, FD to Nigerians about planned protests. Okay, your reaction, this is the most annoying stuff I have read on social media today. If you have everything to alleviate the suffering of Nigerians, why wait till there's a protest before telling us? Plus, what are these things that you have? The truth is, the presidency has no clue about governance. They just wanted power, okay, without knowing what to do with it. Amazing Manuel, good morning, Mr. Kelly and the panelists. From your in-house news, Amewule calling for the arrest of LGA CTC. Mr. The truth be told, this government is slow. Amewule's group is supposed to have been relegated earlier before now. Okay, so that's earlier. However, if the Nigeria police heed to their call, OSPAC vigilante groups will be mobilized to arrest Amewule and his group, including the police themselves. Wow. Dr. Mrs. Sima Libra from Owerri, why is government afraid of protests? They have pushed the masses to the wall and they are reacting. Have they forgotten that a hungry man is an angry man? Any government worth its salt, worth surviving, must readily and unsolicitedly bow to every collective will of the people. Lorenzo Delight, the era of 750 per litre is gone. FG, laughable. Until Nigerians see action, we have been deceived for years now. The protest is caused by lack of government doing what is needful. The hunger in the land is unbearable. So FG should be concerned about fixing our economy. Joel, protest is unnecessary for now, but what can we do to make the ends meet the ends, or make the end meet the need? Hardship has been from Bible time. A Martin Amewule-led house should wait till Supreme Court gives verdict on their legitimacy. Let peace prevail. All right, I have to leave here. Let me go to X, squeeze in some comments from X this morning. Just a few. It's now 11 minutes past. Okay, wrong channel. Please give me a moment. Okay, so we have just one post on X and there are some reactions there. I'll just take a few. Tinubu's sister says, let's make these necessary sacrifices and enjoy it later. For so long, the country has been padded with heavy money. Let's repair and endure while repairing. Benson Isika, good morning, Kelly, and to your guests. We have been making sacrifices right from the beginning of the APC-led government up till this moment. Many have lost their lives due to the hardship in this country, hunger and disease, killing many children. Is that not enough sacrifice? Augustine Aaron, Bagudu, most Nigerians are hungry and bleeding and nothing left to sacrifice. The yams, cow, goats, finished, nothing left to sacrifice for Nigeria. So let your people that have refused to perform, they have not done anything, tell them that their bad leadership has handicapped us. Okota Gillis, good morning, Kelly and the team. Nobody has a magic wand in revamping Nigeria's shredded economy, but the efforts must continue and adjustments be made. I hope and pray that at the end of these experiments, Nigerians' sacrifices will be rewarded with buoyancy and prosperity. All right, some of the reactions from X this morning. So I have two issues. So So we'll have to squeeze this in less than 18 minutes because that's the time we have. First one is yesterday the governor was present at the Traditional Rulers Council meeting. I think it's their annual something meeting. And then they reminded the governor about their vehicles. And the governor said he looked at the lists, quite the long lists. First class, second class. And he said he was going to take it batch by batch. Start with the first class and then you proceed to second class, third class. But alternatively, now give them a suggestion. That rather than buying cars, for some of them that are already wealthy, how about you give them the money? How about you give them the money instead? And my question is, if he gives them the money, they will spend the money the way they want. I thought those tools are supposed to be more like an institution. So when you buy those vehicles, you're not necessarily buying it for the person. You're mobilizing the institution. My thoughts. Am I far from it? That's the first one. If I can get Pastor Jamala.
I don't know why you started from me. Maybe you saw the green light.
You were just looking at me, so I felt maybe.
Now I want to take my own how we operate, my own side for instance, where we, by privilege, we produce the king.
Right.
If you look at it very well, when the king is called to meet with the ancestors, the nest doesn't take over the properties of the king. So if you look at it in that direction, whatever gifts that comes to the present is a personal, he is not buying for the traditional council of traditional rulers as in their various localities. It is a gift to the various kings. So giving those who already have the money, to me, if the person so prefers, I think it's better, just like Wike did when he built the houses for judges. Okay. Some said we actually have a home. We prefer the money rather than building another house for us. And he gave them the money for whatever use they want to use. So if the governor, I think it is also wise, most of our first-class kings are well taken care of by the various corporate entities within their domain. They have good cars, and so buying more to add to the fleet may not be necessary. And there are pending issues that they will likely need money also to cater for. So I think it's okay.
Mr. Edukwe.
Well, if you want to go to Aba, you follow Chuba Road, or you follow maybe Rumakini Road and reach Aba. You've reached Aba. You want to buy cars for them, and some say no.
No, they haven't said no. He's looking at the
okay,
budget.
Even if he's the one suggesting.
Yes.
In other words, following my analogy, if he gives them money, fine. If he buys cars for them, fine. Because the issue is that thing you were thinking, that perhaps after mobilizing the institution, the king that received the car, he owns it till the car dies. That is it.
Dr. Waigwe.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't have had any view on this, but I want to say this. It may be necessary to monetize the gifts for them. But we want to ask, what is the motive of buying those cars? If they have enough, is it still required for you to give them more?
Yes.
Yes. Because besides giving them gifts, are the other things from time to time, is it not possible for governor to give them money? If you give them money, and this one is specified that this is car, and now you say you want to monetize it, then you are telling us that it is only what cars that you normally give the traditional rulers.
No, in this case, they talked about their vehicles. The head of the Rivers State Traditional Rulers Council reminded the governor of the need to get them their vehicles.
Okay.
So the governor, in responding, says, "I've seen a list, and it's a long list. First class, second class, third class traditional rulers. I'm going to start by doing first class first. Then we'll make progress from there." But he said, some of them already have vehicles. Some of them are rich. They have vehicles. So why give you another car? How about I monetize it? So my only confusion is, my only thoughts is, isn't this an institution? So when you give them gifts, we do understand that even when you give the car to the head, right, you are giving it to him, but the thinking for me is a little different. I feel like this is supposed to be an institution. Treat it like an institution and don't make it seem like it's individual.
No, for me, that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking that
the institution as Council of Traditional Rulers
logistics
group or
cars, majorly is logistics. Help them so that you can ease their movement. So if that is the whole essence of it, and you discover that they have cars that are functional, why give them more?
Why give them more? Vice Adams.
Kelly, I quite agree with you that this is an institution. And the institution, for me, should have a level of independence on how they run their whatever. If the government is voting money for a particular district, you can vote money today. They want to buy cars or they want to do logistics, whatever. That should be left for them, but not for you to begin to dictate to them, oh, you have cars. Of course, they know that they have cars. They have cars. Some of them are very rich. Yes, of course, we know that. They know they have cars, but they still came and said they need cars. So at this point in time, is this. What I feel is that a debate has been raised by the probing and the periscoping, by His Excellency, or people are rich, you already have cars. So we can lash in and begin to criticize and look at the institution. How important is that particular institution that government begins to spend money? So it's even going to be a bad side or the marketing for them to do that. So I know there are laws, by the various states on traditional councils and institutions, and the governors of the various states are the alpha and omega when it comes to that.
Okay.
You see, it's not just because of this river state, whatever. I believe that that particular institution should be a sacred one.
Okay.
Instead of all this, why don't they come together and clamor for a House of Chiefs as it used to be before, so that they can have a voice?
All right.
And that is recognized by law.
Okay, right now.
First is to know whether the car demand and other demands are mere requests by the current council, or it is provided for in the River State Traditional Rulers Council law. If it is provided for that, for like they do for most of the governors and whatever, judges say after X, Y, Z, D, you get the person a car. Okay. 2, we must not forget that there is actually no constitutional role for traditional rulers in the country. And that is a privilege of government, mostly at the states, for what I have always described as political reach out avenue that they create this. And that's why somebody could afford to. I remember a former governor in the States degrading a traditional ruler and calling him names just perhaps because they did not agree on the subject matter, and even threatening some that they will take over.
They will dethrone them.
They will dethrone them, as it were. So, to that extent, the discussion between the governor and them is more of an opportunity to talk what they want, and which is open to his acceptance or otherwise, depending on what he intends to use them and that council. Your suggestion about looking at it as an institution is a practical and very good one. But it has to we need to begin to ask ourselves what the present governors use these councils for.
Okay.
And what real role these stools represent in the different places that they exist.
Okay.
So until we're able to have a proper direction, then we can build them as institutions, as it were.
Okay. And accord them
the right them that right of institution, as it were, and not the individual.
Okay. But for now, it's the individual.
It's more like the individual thing. So
I wanted to add a second story.
If I don't like your face, you're dethroned.
Dr. Richard Waigwe, Executive Director, Citizens Leadership and Rural Development Initiative, LADI.
God.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Let me throw this one on you, and then you react to this as well as your closing remarks quickly, less than perhaps 120 seconds, less than that. So Bagudu says we must make sacrifice. That's the simple truth. Should these men be speaking of making sacrifice to you as a Nigerian?
They don't have the moral right to say that.
They don't have the moral
They
right.
should start. The sacrifice should begin from our leaders.
From your leaders. Okay. Closing remarks, any?
My closing remark is this: that my wish. Let me express my wish for the so-called forthcoming protest. And my wish is that let this be a reality.
Okay.
Let it be peaceful. And this is because of. Let me just give me a few seconds. The Constitution says that sovereignty. The 1999 Constitution says sovereignty belongs to the people.
Okay.
Subsection 14, Section 2B says the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. The security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government.
All right.
If those who claim that we elected them, if actually we elected them, the security and welfare of the people, of us, should be their primary interest.
Okay.
And anytime it's not done, we have a right to engage in peaceful protest.
Okay.
And they should not deny that
All right.
to us.
Asim Adams Esquire, private legal practitioner, civil rights crusader, convener, Lawyers Without Borders, Port Harcourt. Thank you, Barrister.
Kelly, thank you very much. And I thank you today because, as always, you have been so unbiased and you have to support me in one of my motions.
It's a record.
So, yeah. So I thank you very much. Now, finally, on this is that I want
the Bagudu statement.
Okay, the Bagudu statement. Please, can you remind me? I don't know what he said. I wanted to say something.
We must make sacrifices.
No, we are not the ones to make sacrifices.
Oh.
The leaders have to make sacrifices first. Even if we have to make, the leaders have to make.
Are they not making sacrifices?
They are not.
They are not.
No, these are overlords. These are feudal lords.
Okay.
These are bourgeois without limits.
Your closing remarks.
My closing remark is that I pray the federal government, this Dangote issue is something that the international committee, those in the oil and gas business, they are so scared of coming to Nigeria now to say, if I even come here to come and invest, won't politics, destroy my investment here and there, as case may be. The second one is that if you look at what Lamidi Samuel just said, he said that the clique and the cabal in the NNPC, do not want that issue of refinery to come into play because they still want to be collecting subsidies, as the case may be. The government should deal with those cabals and free the space for investors to come into all the sectors. We are suffering. We are suffering a lot.
Living Gifton Jamala Esquire, private legal practitioner and convener, Abba Ojo, Young Professionals for Good Governance. Barrister.
What do you want from me?
Well, nothing actually. Just give me a reaction to Bagudu. Should Bagudu be telling you about sacrifice?
Not at all. I want to align myself with the two previous speakers.
Okay.
Although one seemed not to be in good terms with me.
You can imagine that. Who is the person?
Your final remark. No. Let me go to Dr. Emmanuel Urayenama, chartered arbitrator, mediator, management consultant, and socio-economic commentator. Thank you, Doctor.
Bagudu's statements. One wonders why some persons will be telling every other person to do things that they will never do. I recently saw a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria showing us how much he has by the wares he was wearing. And then dancing to tell the people a kind of nto that was not said. Because if you see people dress certain ways, certain values publicly, there is no better way, there is no better nto when the people are actually suffering. And then somebody of his kind now come to tell us again that we should continue suffering. It raises serious concern. They must show the way. They must show the way. They must show the way. As part my closing remarks, Protests have never helped anybody. We must be cautious. We've had histories of protests in Nigeria. The destructions are usually far more than what we gain. We should find better ways of showing our anger.
Okay.
We must address what our real anger is. For most people who are shouting and wanting to protest, their anger is that they've not entered positions of power. They've not told us how better they will help Nigeria, even in their individual conducts. They cannot destroy Nigeria just using what all of us are suffering.
All right.
They must support us to jointly find better ways of solving Nigerian problem. Nigeria has a problem. It's a given.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your
Thank
time
you.
and your contributions. Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. The Bagudu, because remember, he said Nigerians. And Bagudu is a Nigerian, he's not a Togolese. And so if he removes top government officials, then I will say no, it has to start with them. But if he includes them, because I cannot read his mind to know, once he said Nigerians, it means even the president is included. So for me, I think he's talking about everybody making sacrifices for Nigeria to move forward.
Okay.
Then my last word will be that Rivers State, political crisis everywhere and there, but I know that peace is the only path that will bring prosperity.
Well, thank you everyone for being part of the show. Yesterday I had a terrible experience on the Obirikwere Bridge. The number of task force in this town is even becoming worse than the Wike task force boys. A set of louts are positioned at that Obirikwere Bridge. I cleared to drop a colleague and they jumped into my vehicle. It was strange. Identify yourself. What is going on here? It took hours. The guy was struggling with me. What is wrong with you? I came down with my vehicle and I asked him, what's the problem? They were just shouting, you're not supposed to park here. Where Keke? You have Keke parked there. I cleared to drop my colleague and they all rushed into my vehicle. After I dealt with that one, I had to call state government to say, what's this group of people you have here? State government spoke with them and as that one just released me, I drove a bit away from them so that the colleague can continue on. Another one just blocked me. This one, they're using minibus. Blocked me. I said, what's this rubbish? I said, oh, you're not supposed to park on the bridge. I said, park on the bridge. There's a general notice. I'm not even parked on the center of the bridge. I cleared to the side of the road. As that one released me again, another one blocked me again. I'm like, this is madness. We should call it what it is. It's madness. Commissioner of Information is aware of this. He came to my rescue yesterday. Even if I didn't call him, I would have dealt with them clearly. But this is madness. River State government. The police officer in one of the Sienna vehicle, the minibuses, said to me, the government is the one mobilizing them. The police officer said it to me clearly. Your Excellency, this is madness. If we are preaching peace and a progressive River State, this rascality on the road is not the answer. That's my final message. Kelly Kemetma is my name. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
On this day in history, 23rd July. In 1961, American opera singer Grace Bunbury became the first black singer to perform at the Bayreuth Festival in Germany. In 1967, the first successful liver transplant was carried out on a 19-month-old Julie Rodriguez by Dr. Stiles at the University of Colorado. In 1999, as regards to the launch of NASA's orbiter Columbia, U.S. astronaut Eileen Collins became the first woman to command a space shuttle mission. And in 2008, Cape Verde joined the World Trade Organization, becoming the 153rd member.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
After our
oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking, so join us at 11 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Focus.
Government will work to suppress these militants and create a better environment. Political analysts see the unrest as an unprecedented test for one of Asia's most powerful women. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The federal government and stakeholders in the oil and gas sector have met with the CEO of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, over issues surrounding the Dangote refinery. You heard that 58 out of 164 member states of the World Trade Organization have pledged their support for Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's second term. On the foreign scene, we told you that the EU has stripped Hungary of the right to host the next meeting of foreign and defense ministers over its stance on the war in Ukraine. That was the news edited by Ifunaya Obemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good afternoon and thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking a self-sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of 3 types that can afflict men. But of these 3, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man
You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life.
The lady boy, cause he's shiny. Too many girls when they sign me. They say I love you cause you're sexy. But me, I know that they lying.
If I do something, baby, shake.
You supposed to by now. How you could they tease me up till now? Yeah, up till now. Make a tie your body upside down. Like I never see this.
All right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest high life tracks that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Baby, you keep me all you know, to my body and my soul. I swear you put me in the mood, and I go below for you. When I wake up in the morning, only you I'm craving. Every day make me falling. You my face, my shining. When I wake up in the morning, only you I'm craving. Every day make me falling. You my face, my shining. The way you rock my boat, the way you rock my boat, I got to. The way you rock my boat, the way you rock my boat, baby, I got to. Baby, because I know good, I let you go. Baby, they told me something. Baby, they hold me for work. Carry me, go, yeah, no. I know good, I let you go. Baby, they told me something. Baby, they hold me for work. Baby, only you I'm ready. Holding every day make me falling. Hot, you my face, my shining. Love, when I wake up in the morning. Baby, only you I'm ready. Holding every day make me falling. Hot, you my face, my shining. Love, the way you rock my boat, the way you rock my boat. I got to. The way you rock my boat, the way you rock my boat, baby, I got to. Slowly I did up. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. All I did mango my love. Dish on my love. If you want to let you come, I don't need to find anybody. The money I want. But they hear what the people they love. I shall let it love. So love when I wanna get another one. I go think I do it in I love. Waiting you love. I be waiting I love. Waiting I love. I go do what we do. I go. No be good guys. I want to change. Oh, I know the ways that this time I need change. Just carry on. You be no time. Bad boy thing. Yeah, they fine. And at the same time, me I dey high. Put the thumb, stand out, calm down. You go dey fine like fine wine, don't decline. Sing about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Oko sheshe, ubo sheshe. Omo you don't take ya, shirikere, move for fire, for fire. Yeah. Lola de mango molo, borokoto itisho molo. If you want to let you come alone. Find anybody, the money I want. But they hear what the people they love. What if they are shaking it love? See love when I wanna get another one. I go think I'm do it in I want. Waiting you love. Baby, waiting I love. Waiting I love. I go do what
shimmy, 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 oh. She like me, I better see ya when she see me, oh. Nobody we can die, oh, shut it. Why you take out my cruise when I should be beside her? Oh, shut it, oh, by now. We supposed to, by now. How you could they tease me up till now? Yeah, up till now. They can't tie your body upside down. They can't never hear this sound. It's me and you, no one's around. No one's around. Yeah. Nobody go. I know what you like. I know what you like. I see it in your eyes. But you today disguise. No go slow, no, no. Are you a bad? Are you a catfish? The story done the Lord. If I don't pick your call, it's not my fault. Oh, by now, we supposed to. By now, how you could they tease me up till now? Yeah, up till now. They can't tie your body upside down. They can't never hear this sound.